Solidarity. Please, those of us at the back, can we just close the gap? The seats in front of you, please kindly close up. We are about starting. Those at the back, please, Comrade Miriam, please close up. Let's move forward, so that those that that will come late will stay at the back. The back seats are meant for latecomers. We have deliberately delayed for 1 hour, and we know that most of our dignitaries are here, and of course we cannot continue to wait. But it's unfortunate that this habit, we have not yet groomed from it. This program, this conference, we had built to start by 10 a.m. and this is 10 minutes after 11, 1 hour, 10 minutes after. We still have half of the hall yet to be filled. We're expecting 100 people here today. We know that we are not more than 50. So it's unfortunate, and we must continue to preach to ourselves to change this African time. Comrades, great people that are here, dignitaries, I want to tell us that we must start this program in earnest. And on behalf of the leadership of the forum, my name is Comrade Hector Nadi. I'm the forum secretary of the Joint Aviation Trade Unions Forum. On behalf of the leadership, I will gladly hand the microphone to our MC, the person that will coordinate this program, this conference. He's also one of us, the General Secretary of National Association of Aircraft Pilots and Engineers, Comrade Abioye. Please, can we put our hands together for him as he comes forward? Comrade Abioye, please, let's start this program. Let's hit the road. Please.
Solidarity. Forever. Solidarity. Forever. With due respect, I know that there are big men here, but majority of us are supposed to be union people. And when you hear the word solidarity, I expect something better than what you have given. Solidarity. Forever. Thank you very much. On behalf of the chairman of the Joint Aviation Trade Unions Forum, JP member, Ben Nnabwe, president of National Union of Air Transport Employees, I welcome all of us to this historic occasion, the third edition of the Aviation Union's Leadership Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please rise for the national anthem? Stanza, what would be stanza one? 1, 2, 3, go. Nigeria, we hail thee, Abioya, native land. O tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians call us proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you very much. And then we follow with Solidarity Song of the Union.
When the union's inspiration through the waters long shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of war? Oh, the union makes us strong. Solidarity, solidarity.
but there is victory. Solidarity forever. Please be seated. Thank you. It is a great pleasure that we are gathered here today, 12th December 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to remind all of us that this is a very special program that is being televised live across the Nigerian capital. So we urge all of us to please pick our bags, dip our hands into them. You pick up your white cap like this and put it on with all profound respect. There's also the jotter and the biro there for you to make your jottings. There is also the program that can aid us along the line. I believe everybody has a bag. You don't have? Usher, please. There are two gentlemen here who are supposed to have bags, who claim they do not have. So they do register, sir. If you register, you are supposed to be given a bag. Okay. Okay. He has no bag. As we progress, may I have the honor to invite to the high table the chairman of Jatuf, Comrade Ben Inabwe, who is also doubling as the president of the National Union of Air Transport Employees. Please, sir. Take, go stay there. You are representing an interest. May I also have the honor to call on the representative of the Director General, NSIB, Captain Alex Bade, who is not with us today, but he has sent the Regional Manager, Lagos Office, Engineer Moses Egidi. Do I get the name correct? Please come to the table, sir. The Honorable Minister has sent his apologies. He is on national assignment to Port Harcourt on behalf of the nation, on behalf of Mr. President. He will not be joining us, but he has sent in somebody to represent him. The Managing Director, CEO of FAN. Please, if you are representing FAN, MD, can we see you? Not yet here. Okay. May I also have the honor to invite to the high table the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Kofamata, or his representative, please. Anybody representing the PS? Thank you very much, sir. The representative of the Permanent Secretary is said to be Malam Sonny Bello, Director, Human Resources. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. May I also recognize Dr. Richard I.C. Biogun, PhD, former Managing Director, CEO of Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, please. Stand up for recognition, sir. Let them know you. It's been long. It's been long. Thank you. You will be giving us a short overview of 10 minutes at the stage as we go on in this program. May I also recognize the presence of Dr. Audu Ibrahim, President AIMAN, Professional Association from NAMA. Thank you, sir. May I also recognize the presence of Rabiu Muhammad Soni, President NACAN. Thank you, sir. May I recognize the presence of Engineer S.D. Miri, Nahe President. Is he with us? Is he with us? Thank you, sir. Welcome. May I have the honor to recognize the presence of my president, Captain Bumi Ginde. We are expecting the president of ANAP. Where is the Alale Adebayo? Okay. I also have the honor to recognize all general secretaries in the House, including or led by the Secretary General of ANAP, veteran. They call him Doyen of the aviation. Seidu, troublesome man. Welcome, sir. All other general secretaries here, please, can you stand up for recognition? Ibokwe, are you here? We are. Please take a seat. You are not a cameraman. See, there is space here, I beg. Don't hide yourself. You have not been declared wanted because you are planning a strike. Go sit down. Which other union we are never called? Okay, Atsan. He spoke with me a few minutes ago. He landed in Abuja. His United Nigerian flight was cancelled yesterday night, so he had to sleep over and was planning to get a flight out this morning. He has not succeeded yet. He will be joining us shortly, Francis Akinjole. And as we go on, we look forward to having some other members to join us. At this junction, may I have the pleasure to also invite to the high table. Even though he's a busy man, he will be running around to make sure that everything goes smoothly here. Member of the JP, do I call you Malam now because you have been in the North for more than 35 years? Mazi, Hector, Nadi, please come for recognition. We appreciate you for this wonderful job you've been doing for us, and we hope you are not going to relent. May I have the pleasure to recognize the presence of Dr. Murtala Ibrahim, representing the rector, Nigerian College of Aviation Technology. Please come to the high table, sir. Welcome. At this junction, I will take a break to invite the national. The interlude is to allow us blend. Shake the hand of the next man to you or the woman to you. Say welcome. Some people no greet. Oh. Even if you have greeted 3 times today, please say welcome to your friend next to you. Welcome. Good morning. How are you doing? compliments of the season. If a man wants to offend anybody, please don't offend a woman. Yes, you hear me right. If you want to offend anybody, don't offend a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, and I want to say this with profound sense of responsibility and apology. Director General CAA is not with us, but he's also with us. He has dutifully sent the Director of Human Resources and Administration, Barrister Anastasia Bem. Because the English name, they hard way to pronounce. Mommy, please, I'm sorry. Mrs. Bem, please. You are representing, don't talk Mrs. Bem, please come. Please join us on the high table. Apologies, please. Because where I go report somebody, man no go fit reach there. That is the power of women. Another round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. The chairman of this body, Ben Nagwe, will speak with us. I expect a round of applause for your chairman.
Solidarity! 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 Women are great! Women are great! No controversy! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Comrades, our guest speakers, the Minister of Aviation represented the agencies of government under your ministry that represented. I want to welcome all of you and our dignitaries that came, my former MD, my very good friend, who was one of the best MDs. When he was there, workers were smiling. Yeah, welcome. Yeah, welcome to the 3rd edition of this conference. As you know, this is my first outing as the chairman of Jatuf. I always have a problem facing the crowd. When I face crowd like this, I think that I'm in a congress. I will start issuing demands. So once my voice starts moving towards direction, call me to order. We are not in a congress to declare strike, because that's the personal challenge I have. Once I see crowd, I start issuing order. We demand this, we demand that, we demand. Today is not a day of demand. We are winding down. How will say that, comrades? If you carefully look at the theme of this conference, safe landing, strong leadership, prioritizing workers' safety and welfare in the aviation sector, you know that is in tune with the declaration of the workers in Marrakesh. And let me take you through our declaration. There are 6 strong declarations we have made, starting from the future of work. It's important we talk about this because of the effects of AI and computers and other things in our world of work. So it's important we prepare. We must prepare because it's here with us. The future is here with us, and we must prepare for it. I will not go in details so that we can run this. The second is equality. We have always spoken about the women. Do you know why I have to call their own 3 times? Because we have declared that ILO, that is 50-50. We have left Beijing long time ago at 5%. Now we're talking of 50-50 participation. To make sure that everything we are doing, we must carry the women along. Not only the women, because we need to prepare for the future, we also need to carry the young workers along, because that's the future of trade union in our country. The next issue on that our declaration is rights. That's why I was talking about the issue of rights here. You will discover that we are talking about the right of workers, their right to welfare, their right to safety. And of course, you know that the workers' right is fundamental human right. The right to join the trade union of their choice, the right to have the right tools. At our declaration, I repeat, we declare that there must be safety on the ground for us to guarantee the safety on the sky. So when we are talking about safe skies, and we are not talking about the safety of people on the ground, we are missing it all. So when we are declaring our safe sky, we declare there must be safety on the ground before we talk of the safety in the sky. The next thing we are talking about is the issue of sustainability. We must ensure that every program we are having across board must be sustainable. And our various organizations will also ensure that any project that bringing in must be sustainable. The era for us to watch people build bridges when there are no rivers, that era has come. Invariably, we must hold the leadership accountable. At every level, accountability is key. We must hold government accountable for everything. We must hold our organizations accountable. And we must also hold ourselves accountable, because workers elected us, and we have to be accountable to them. At every level, at the rank and file of the union, everybody must be held accountable. Having said that, I want to briefly talk about our project for the year, which just ended. We talked about the issue of Nigeria Airways. We pursued the issue of Nigeria Airways up to Ministry of Finance. In fact, in one of those days, the minister have to also lead the team of comrades to meet with the Minister of Finance on this matter. Unfortunately, till today, that money have not entered their account. Comrades, we will not sleep till we ensure that Nigeria Airways workers earn what is due to them. Because we must think about pension, the life after work, as we are talking about the life when we are working. And if there are some people who have worked in this organization, we cannot leave them to perish. So in order to think about our own, we have to also think about all the people that have retired in aviation industry who have either gratuity, pension, unpaid. We must rise up to the occasion and fight for them. We also thought about the issue of the reduction on our IGR. Till today, there are still some organizations that are deducting 50%. We have always made the case that aviation industry is for recovery. We are not actually profit-making organization. And you can't be deducting 50% of our IGR and accept all the tools and everything to be normal. Government must change to this regard. The more importantly is for some people who are denying workers' rights again in allowing their workers to belong to the trade union of their choice. And speaking about some of our domestic operators, AON, we have wanted to have interface with them that are dodging us. Why I'm saying this is any day the workers rise, Nigerians will start shouting. They will not know that we have been on this for the past 8 years. I think 2026 coming, we must take drastic action, because we cannot be in our safe places enjoying condition of service and their lives. Our brothers who go to the same market with us and the same industry are lavishing because there is no condition of service negotiated for them. They are suffering. And that's why the day they talked about touting, I say we cannot control touting when workers are not in the union. We must have a platform we can speak to them. These domestic airlines, many of them, they know themselves, they have refused the unionization of their members. Another issue we took globally is the issue of concession. We have not relented on this matter. We are still fighting. It's not over till it is over. Our own decision and the proposal we have sent to government, we are still discussing on that subject matter. Comrades, I don't want to deliver the lecture, the guest speakers will speak, and you see most of these heavy men here, they will have also their own time to talk. But I wish all of us happy deliberation on behalf of me and my presidents, the president of NAPI, the president of ANAP, the president of ASAN, the other president at here. We want to wish all of you well, and may God bless the unions in aviation. Solidarity.
That applause is for Abioye, it's not for your chairman. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. The chairman of Jatuf have spoken, and we expect that we require the sector secretary, Hector Nadi, to put a cap on what the chairman has said. Hector, please.
Solidarity. I'm not repeating what the chairman has already done, but as our tradition demands, I have the mandate of the chairman and other presidents to also add to what he has already put forward. Of course, he has mandated me with his colleagues to also appreciate the Honorable Minister, who has thought it wise to sustain this program for the third time. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Again, we have a brand new permanent secretary. He has also extended his wishes, and we are privileged because his hands are full. He has his director HR in the person of Malam Sani Bello Turankawa, the director of Human Resources, Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Management is here. So let's, in essence, that it's been a cordial relationship between the management and the managers of the sector, led by the minister, and the presidents of the unions. Of course, road fighters or agurus, I think the essence is to ensure that our members feel better. And when you see a management that is doing that seamlessly with less work from the unions, we must encourage such management. And that is what we have seen of recent. So, comrades, these are what the president said I should put. You know, the chairman of the forum told us before he came here, he said once a month, he will begin to dish out orders. All those are orders that we are going to see in detail when the time comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. One of the accomplishments of the Honorable Minister, Barrister Keyamo, that I know, apart from all the accolades he has recorded so far, was on the Nigerian Airways last tranche of their severance benefits. As it has been said here, he took it upon himself, more than any other person, took the matter to the presidency, and approval was given that that fund should be released. So we are appealing through the director to assist us convey this message back to him. The Nigerian Airways workers who are still alive and their dependents are waiting, sir, that maybe before 25th of this year, they will get their money. We are pleading, sir, with all due respect, help us tell the minister. It is not within his power, but he has done his best to ensure that that fund approval has been secured. It was now left for the CBN governor and the Minister of Finance to do the needful. If he makes a phone call, maybe that needful will be done before 25th of December, so that if eventually this approval is secured, it should not be a matter for the press. Am I understood? It is not a matter for the press, because the moment the public hears that this has been done for aviation, every other person will go and be lobbying. And we don't want that. We want government to, sorry? Yes, they will not record this one. It's off record. You know, we are partners. This is off record. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. As we move along, we are now on solidarity messages. And because I love women so much, you all know that. I love women so much. Without them, we can't be here. Yes. So I would like to see Fia Raga, please.
Our strength, our gender. Oh woman, oh where can she be?
That no man can fulfill them all. So we strive so hard, you go extra mile, extra kilometer to make them happy. And when they say thank you, the next moment they are coming back, say, don't forget this one. Please, a round of applause for the women. Solidarity message. I want to crave the indulgence of this house. We have a representative from the old liquidated Nigerian Airways. A very good friend of the house, Captain Pobeni, is here with us. Please, can you come out and give us a word of encouragement? Welcome, sir. Okay, I can hold it. The man is young, maybe I know mine.
On getting here this morning, I was walking through the chambers and I was given a hat specifically to cover my gray hair. But in respect of what is happening here today, I will put it on since you have seen the gray hair. With all due respect to all protocols, I, Captain Prex Pobeni, ex-staff of Nigeria Airways and presidential pilots of many heads of states, once again stand before you to gently remind us of my promise a few years ago at the centenary celebration in Abuja, where I said, we stand ready to thank the Minister for Finance if the final entitlements of the staff of the unfortunately liquidated glorious Nigeria Airways were paid before the end of 2025. Yes, it is just a few more days to the end of 2025, and I strongly believe our Minister for Finance can still accomplish this great gesture of our amiable, great, and listening President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who noticed and addressed our plight. Thank you, Mr. President. My honored colleagues and I are extremely grateful to you for your kind-hearted action on our plight. Our dear Honorable Minister for Finance, we are aware that your ministry conveyed Mr. President's approval to the Ministry of Aviation on the 10th of June, 2025. and requested the list and details of entitled ex-staff. The Ministry of Aviation has also confirmed responding to your ministry accordingly on the 24th of July 2025, giving the necessary details required for prompt action. We are therefore confident that if you, our Honorable Minister of Finance, direct your hard-working lieutenants to present the relevant file memo for your authorization to pay us, it will be done promptly, and we can then fulfill our promise to thank you publicly. We know how swiftly your office can actualize Mr. President's goodwill to us, the veterans whose sweat contributed building blocks to the nation we are all enjoying today. With your nod, we can start getting alerts from, say, Monday next week. We know you can do it, so please make us and Mr. President happy. Please note, sir, that quite a number of among us have died in the last 21 years plus, waiting for their final entitlements of their hard-earned labor. We are optimistic that you will not let the misery continue. We thank you and the whole nation for listening while we await your prompt action on this very sensitive matter. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to promote this for just a few minutes. May I request humbly that we stand up and give 1 minute silence to our comrades who have died waiting for this. May their souls rest in peace. Thank you for doing me this honor today. As I read that, let me talk about the cause as to how I feel. I am particularly pleased to notice the unification of the unions, and also very pleased to see the relationship between the unions and the new minister. I say this with very keen sense of observation. In our days, Mr. Seidu, remember that the concept of unionism was to be like opposition to government or opposition to management. But we kept harping those days that it's a collaborative affair. If your workers are happy, your production, your productivity will be high. So what we could do is make that partnership work. Workers are not demanding the impossible. It is out of their sweat and their productivity that you compensate them. And here I am. I joined Nigeria Airways in 1968. Actually, before that, I was an air traffic controller. So I spent my whole life in the aviation industry, and I can tell you stories of how we got where we are today. In my opening remarks, I made it clear that I was also a presidential pilot. That was even before the Air Force got organized enough to take over. We flew all the presidents to all the sorts of places they went to. Even though we were Nigeria Airways, we did not even have presidential fleet. We modified Nigeria Airways Boeing 707 to fly the head of state wherever he wanted to go to, Moscow, Canada, anywhere. So we played a lot of roles, not just as an airline. We were a national carrier in the real sense of the word. We even flew clandestine operations, like taking President Agostino Neto to Rwanda on the night of independence. I flew that with one Captain Brooks, who was a Ghanaian, in the night. So he landed there 3 minutes before midnight when the Portuguese had left their independence paper on the table. We flew also diplomatic missions like Ambassador Mutalab, who went to Libya, Algeria, Morocco, you name it, we were there. But nobody knew at that time that I was just a Nigeria Airways pilot. No, we were national pilots. We flew for the country. Guess what my salary was when I joined Nigeria Airways? My salary was 5,000 naira per annum. Per annum. You can go and check the records. In those days, when you get out of high school, that time was such that our priorities were different. However, I praise you all. But just remember that any nation that neglects its veterans and older people may find it difficult to prosper, because we are nearer God than you are. Some of us have even got our boarding passes. We're only just waiting for the call of the flight. So once again, Mr. Permanent Secretary, Representative of the Farmsec, please convey our great gratitude to the Minister of Aviation for what he has done so far. I thank him there, and I said it clearly. I remember his father also, who was a fan, and how the minister spent time in fan quarters. We used to play tennis together and so on and so forth. So please, comrades, if you remember where you're coming from, it's easier to plot your way where you're going to. Thank you for the opportunity, and may God bless us.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. You know, we gave 2 minutes for each speaker. I deliberately allowed him to speak because an injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. And an injury to one. Yes, I recall that some years back they were telling us that, Shebi, you see what happened to Nigerian Airways. If you not do this, it will happen to you. We don't want what happened to them to happen to us. Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for him. So, solidarity messages, Captain Bumiginde from Nape, please. Let's have you. Yeah, spoken. Okay. Okay, the chairman has spoken for all presidents. Now, professional associations that are here. Let me start with my president. President of my association, Abiu.
The representative of PAMSEC, director, the union leaders, association presidents, invited guests, my colleague. Good morning. I stand here before you this morning to welcome you all to this important gathering. And one of the things that actually attracted my attention is the theme, the program that talks about safe landing, strong leadership, prioritizing workers' safety and welfare in the aviation sector. Just as like my Nuate president rightly mentioned, if you don't have safe working environment, there's going to be problem in the system. And the customers will not get the desirable result. So I hope this trend will be strengthened. the collaboration between the ministry, the union leaders, and association. And I want to also appeal at this juncture that the professional association need to be carried along. You discover that a lot of things are going on, but the messages sometimes are not being communicated to the professional associations. And these are the people that are closer to the workers. So I hope this will be looked into and addressed properly. Thank you. I wish all of us a successful deliberation throughout the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your point is noted, sir. President Ayman.
Mr. Chairman, sir, permit me to observe all the existing protocols. I remain Dr. Ibrahim Audu, the Ayman President. I'm here on behalf of the Ayman and my sitting General Manager Alhaji Kabiru Hayabusau here, seated. I want to use this opportunity to congratulate the Jatuf for yet another third event of the Jatuf Forum, themed Safe Landing, Strong Leadership, Prioritizing Worker Safety and Welfare in the Aviation Sector. It is indeed, I'm overwhelmed. It is indeed a great occasion here. Actually, as my colleague just said from the NECAN, yeah, it is true. We need more awareness, but at this juncture, I want to appreciate the magnanimity of Comrade Hector. He has been doing well. I know I must commend him. So if we have such a Comrade Hector, then I think in every forum we will not have problem. Yeah, sir, you have done well. So congratulations, Jatuf. Thank you very much.
President Nae. A round of applause as the man is standing, please.
Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I greet us all. I want to thank the organizers of this very important program. I've been privileged to attend, I think, the first, second, and this third gathering. And I must say that this forum is doing quite a lot in harmonizing all the unions in the aviation industry. And of course, at our end, the professional associations, we can attest to the fact that we are feeling the impact of what this body is doing. And I want to encourage you to continue to throw the right path in pushing the agitations of all the unions and our members whenever it reaches your table. At one time or the other, I've had opportunity to go to the ministry. I've always knocked on the door of Hector whenever I need something to be expedited at the ministry, and he has always been very helpful. And I know that there's quite a lot we can do together, and we can work for our people. I want to lay my voice in thanking the Minister of Aviation for the so much he is doing to the professional associations and also the unions, and to emphasize that some of these expectations are very, very important, particularly the burden that some of our agencies are carrying now. You know, with this issue of 50% deduction, like we in NAMA are really breathing hard with that policy. So if the promise can be made good in trying to actualize the new review on time, I think that would be a very good thing and a welcoming development. I want to thank every one of us and sincerely appreciate the leadership for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Thank you. While Captain Pobeni was speaking to us, the President General of ANAP came in, Comrade Ade Dayo Alale. Can you please stand up for recognition, sir? Forever. The next to give us solidarity speech is Dr. Kabir Guso, General Manager Nama and the immediate past president of ANAP, Otumba of Yoruba land. Thank you, sir. My regards. My regards.
Solidarity.
Forever.
Solidarity.
Forever.
I never knew I'm going to talk to be sincere because I was invited as the guest. Nobody said I'm going to say anything. But at the same time, maybe I have to say something. My chairman and I want to stand on the existing protocol. So far, so good. My regards. Actually, that's how I normally do my own. I normally start with so far, so good. My regards. Oh, my regards, so far, so good. I'm happy the way it has started. I can remember I was the former president of ANAP, it's true, and also the former vice chairman of Jatuf. Now I moved to the other side because I'm now in the management side because I'm general manager AIS. So it's not easy for me to be here and there at the same time. Yes, but whether we like it or not, anybody who is a union person is always there. We cannot change it. It's in our blood. No matter the position you give us, we'll be there. We are always with the masses, or we are always with the common people. And the only way we can do, maybe the management, there's something I want to tell the management. If your staffs are okay, everybody will be okay. Once they are happy, you will be happy. So I want to advise the management that are here, please, the permanent secretary, the director of human resource, my Ogasa, please, this is a message. The minister is doing very well, to be sincere with you, he's doing well. But you know, as a Oliver Twist, we want more. But actually, he's doing well, to be sincere with you. Maybe we should clap for the Minister of Aviation, he's doing very well. As far as aviation industry is concerned, I think we're doing very well, but we are looking for more. And the only way we can do it, we have to work together. Because if staffs are happy, I'm telling you there will be no problem. If you can buy the aviation industry that there's no more strike again, like before, whereby before you know in a strike. Now, I think the management and the unions, they are working together. And actually, it's supposed to be in that way. Because it's a former time, maybe about 30, 40 years ago, during one commercial, it was maybe a young officer. They always talk about strike. But now, the way things are going, no, it's true. But now, the way things are going is that when there's any issue, sit down together, collaborate. Maybe there's some misinformation somewhere. When you sit down together with your management, with your staffs, everything will be out. Whatever the clue, don't run away from the problems. No. Call the people together, sit down with them. As they are happy, that everybody will be happy. So I want to appeal to the management, please, and please, as I said earlier, see how we can be able to work together. And at the same time, also staff, please, no matter what, this belongs to us. If you look at the whole aviation industry, or maybe the workers, the whole country, everything belongs to us. If there's any problem now, all of us will be in trouble. Everybody. So see the system as our own system. Provided that the management are doing better, we also have to give a lot so that we can be able to work together. Please and please. So let's clap ourselves, and I think we're doing very well. And I want to appeal to Jatuf again, as what the professional body said. Please see how we can work together. Because if you look at the whole system, that is like maybe we are relying only on the union, but the professional bodies also, they are very important. So see how we can work together with the professional bodies and the union at the same time so that we can perform better. Although there's difference between the union and the professional bodies, we cannot merge the two together. We should know that one. But at the same time, also please see how we can be able to, because there are certain limitations. As a professional body, you have a certain role, and you have a role that you can play, you cannot go beyond. But the unions actually, they have more clothes, they can be able to perform better. So, but at the same time, please, Mr. Chairman, see how you can be able to call them together so that you can work together at the same time. Although you are doing very well, but let's see that collaboration at the same time. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a parting shot, we are a trade union. We will collaborate with all managements, but we will fight when the need arises. And there is one that is coming. And luckily, the representative of the permanent secretary is here. January 31st this year, this year, we were at an interactive stakeholders meeting, and we brought up one very germane grievance of all the unions to the attention of the Honorable Minister, which the chairman mentioned briefly, which was non-unionization of workers in all our airlines. And the minister made immediate reaction to the fact that DGNCA go and sort out the matter. Invite all these parties together. That has not happened. This is December 12th. We cannot continue like this. We have more than 10,000 workers out there, helpless, looking up to the unions to come to their rescue. And unless we fight, there will be no solution. That is the Nigerian style. So we follow the style. The minister knows that we have responsible leadership in the unions, responsible followership, but we cannot be following all the time gently. You must knock on their doors. Please bear this in mind. And that's a message to the director, HR representing the permanent secretary, for the attention of the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, have I missed any association yet? Lack. Chairman Lack. You just came back from Jos. Please come and greet our people here. Where's Idris? He has left us? Okay. So we will come to a close on solidarity and call on the Director of Human Resources from the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace, Malam Sonny Bello, to please speak to us on behalf of the Minister, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, and declare this meeting open.
The Honorable Minister, who is represented by the representative of PAN, Chairman Jatuf, representatives of the chief executives of the agencies under the ministry, dear comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sani Bello Turanka, Director of Human Resources, Ministry of Aviation and the Aerospace Development, and standing in for the Permanent Secretary, who wanted to be here personally because of the importance he attached to this gathering. Unfortunately, something cropped up last evening and he had to travel to Lagos, to Kano. As a result of that, he directed me to represent him. With me, this is speech, which I will read on his behalf. All protocol duly observed. I am exceptionally delighted to, among other things, grace the third edition of the Aviation Union Leadership Conference. Of this all-important conference holding in the ever-bustling city of Lagos. Distinguished guests, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, you recall my recent deployment to the ministry some weeks ago, and I, without much ado, hit the ground running in line with the ministerial mandate and the renewed hope agenda of the present administration. Interestingly, and within the shortest time available, I have engaged different groups and other aviation stakeholders, including the unions under the umbrella of the Joint Aviation Trade Unions Forum.
So far, my engagement with the forum has not only been encouraging, but also very motivating. The body has indeed made me feel at home, even though the aviation sector initially appeared to be more of an unfair terrain. Perusing the theme of this year's occasion, identified the need for adoption of safety, leadership strategy, and most importantly, workers' welfare in the ever-evolving aviation ecosystem. These three very impactful elements drive growth, expansion, and rapid development in any competitive business environment. These are apparently the driving forces of which the ministerial mandate and the external mandate of aviation agencies are dependent upon. It is the ministry's expectation that the leadership of the aviation trade unions will take an introspective approach to these factors and embrace the significance of each element by engaging relevant aviation authorities and the stakeholders with the hope of actualizing the aviation industry of our dreams. Distinguished guests, dear comrades, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to sincerely commend aviation unions for this audacious initiative at this time of the year. I do hope that the resource person invited will dig deep into the substance of the team and ensure a well-researched delivery. Let me also use this occasion to ensure the unions and all affiliate professional bodies in the sector of the ministries of unwavering support in the activities and programs. The existing partnership and the sense of cooperation shall be sustained and be further improved upon. While wishing all the participants and invited guests a fruitful deliberation, let me assure you all that the resolution arising from this conference shall be given the desired attention by the ministry. On this note, I thank you all for listening, and may God bless you. Solidarity forever.
Please, another round of applause for the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Malam Sonny Bello. Thank you very much, sir. There are two items on our list before we go for tea break. And please, you have to bear with us. Number one, we expect responses, I call it responses because it's an interactive session, from the representative of the CEOs. I will start from you, sir.
Solidarity. Forever. Solidarity.
Forever.
Solidarity.
Forever.
I am honored to stand in for my DG, the CEO of DG of the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, NSIB, Captain Alex Badi. It's a honor and privilege to do so. When I look at the theme, safe landing, strong leadership, prioritizing worker safety and welfare in the aviation sector, my DJ personalized that. He is a personification of that. When he assumed responsibility of NSIB, that was the first question he asked us: how can I help you?
and he has followed that mandate. He has tried all to make us smile, to make us laugh. He understood very well that what I have heard repeated so often here, that a happy worker, a safe worker, is a productive worker. And if you want to play golf, if you, as a CEO, you want to play golf, you want to enjoy your weekends, you don't want phone calls during the weekend, make sure your workers are happy. Am I correct? Yes, when they are happy, you can be at rest. When CEOs complain of high blood pressure, it is because they are not taking care of their workers. When you have a happy worker, you have a happy CEO too. And so my CEO is happy because he's making his workers happy. Yes. And so we know he will continue because we see the steps he's taking so far. We know it's only going to get better. So it's an honor to be here. He would have been here himself, but he had to fly to Abuja, and he quickly called me that I should please represent him. I know he would have wanted to be here himself. So on behalf of him, I make a commitment that we'll work in line with our unions. We'll continue to work with them and ensure that workers' welfare is taken seriously as usual, and every reasonable demand that workers make will be met. At the end of the day, the goal is to make us laugh, to make us smile, and he's doing that. So thank you very much. The resolutions that concerns us, I will take and give it to him, and I know he will give it the attention that it demands. I'm happy to see Captain Pubeni. I'm not sure he remembers me, but I worked with him as a young man. He was my mentor when I don't know if he still remembers. In fact, my first visit to the tower, it was Captain Pubeni that took me there with him. I worked with him. He was in charge of safety. When Richard was the file MD, he was also around helping us. And it was a good, we're a good team. Glad to see him again. Captain, proud of you. All right, thank you so much. Not to take the time.
Thank you very much, sir. Representative of UNCAT, please. Thank you, sir. Applause, please.
All protocols duly observed. It is my pleasure standing here representing the Director and the Chief Executive, Nigerian College of Aviation Technology, Dr. Danjuma Ismail. The Joint Aviation Trade Union Forums could be seen from my end as an oasis in the desert of common man, because it's the accumulation of different unions who are ready to have the common employees in the aviation industries, As rightly said by the secretary of this organization, our father, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Honorable Festus Keyamo, is fully focused on staff welfare. The same thing to our institution, Director and the Chief Executive of Nigerian College of Aviation Technology is also stepping on this to ensure that we have happy workers at the all time. Because as rightly said, a happy worker is a productive worker. I have one issue just to call the attention of these unions on the strong synergy that is needed between the union and the also airlines, because our employees in the airlines are suffering. They have a lot of issues, but they have no one to rescue them. I advise this Joint Aviation Trade Unions Forum to please try and ensure that this synergy is well established in order to rescue them and help them in the process of their services. Conclusively, NCAT is ever ready to support Jatuf, that is Joint Aviation Trade Unions, and all other organizations. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please. The last but not the least, a woman. NCA, please. Thank you. Women, una no hell una own. Oh.
Good afternoon, comrades. It is indeed my pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm here representing my Director General, CA, Captain Chris Ononajomo, as well as my Director of Human Resources and Administration, Dr. Anastasia Bien. They are unable to honor this invitation because of so many official engagements that they have. However, they send their goodwill message to the union. And how I'll be reading. My name is Olanike Ogumoye. I'm the head of Human Resources and Administration, Lagos Regional Office. And I was happy seated here when the comrade Ben Inabe was saying that women are being included. I mean, they are being recognized in this era that we have left the Beijing giving women 23% or how many percentage? So I'm happy for that. And we are going to see more of it as time evolves. I think we should clap for our president. So I quickly read the goodwill message from my DHRNA, Dr. Mrs. Ben Anastasia. It is my privilege to stand here today on behalf of Dr. Mrs. Ben Anastasia, Director of Human Resources and Administration, who was to be representing our Director General's Civil Aviation, DGCA, Captain Chris Ononajomo, to extend warm greetings and heartfelt solidarity to all participants at this third edition of the Aviation Union's Leadership Conference with the apt theme, Safe Landing, Strong Leadership, Prioritizing Worker Safety and Welfare in the Aviation Sector. Dr. Anastasia deeply appreciates the vital contribution of our aviation unions and the workforce whose dedication sustains the safety, reliability, and excellence of the industry. This conference continues to serve as a strategic platform for strengthening leadership capacities, fostering constructive engagement, and advancing the welfare of aviation personnel across all cadres. She reiterates her unwavering commitment to initiatives that promote a safe and secure work environment, recognizing that safety is the foundation of all aviation operations. Enhanced welfare and professional support, which remains central to staff motivation and organization harmony. Collaborative leadership, where management and union work together in mutual respect to drive sustainable growth and improve service delivery. On our behalf, I commend the organizers for convening the important forum, and I celebrate every union leader, stakeholder, and participant for your commitment to building a stronger, safer, and more people-centered aviation sector. She wishes the entire union fruitful deliberation and a highly successful conference with outcomes that will continue to strengthen worker protection, operational safety, and national aviation development. Thank you and God bless you. And before I take my seat, I'm using this forum to also make it known to the entire union that our DGCA, Captain Chris Ononajoma, is known as Talk and Do DG. He has been satisfying all the workers, and I have people to testify to this. The Jolly Papa, I have the president of Noate, chairman of Noate, Dr. Jakada, and another comrade seated here to testify, and many other staff that I can see that in the affair of welfare to all staff, our DGCA is #1. Thank you and God bless you.
Our DG is #1. Please, another round of applause for that. Okay. Attention, please. If you are the owner of a vehicle with registration number Alpha 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 07 Echo Hotel, go repark your motor. But please don't just rush there. Stay far away. Look around. Say you know, say this thing that they take and kidnap people and carry motor away. AAA 07EH. If you are the owner of the vehicle, please go and repark. Thank you very much. We will go for tea. Listen, please. Let's follow protocol. This conference has not been formally declared open, and it's going to be done by the Director of HR on behalf of the Honorable Minister. Immediately he finishes with that, we will call on Dr. Richard Aisebogun to give us a 10-minute overview of a particular subject that is of immense benefit to all of us. Then we will now go for break. Thank you very much. The owner of vehicle AAA 07EH, who get the motor, make it go pack am. I know that there are some drivers, car owners who don't know their number. Vehicle type, I don't know. Which color, which vehicle? I don't go talk the vehicle type. What if you go with the person? Director, sir, please help us declare this thing open.
All protocol being observed. Once again, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this very important and historic occasion. Like I said earlier, training is the backbone of any organization. If you want your organization to perform optimally, you have to train and to train your staff. And we are very lucky that we have somebody who has the interest of training at heart. That is the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development in the person of Festus Keyamo. And I believe that you'll all bear witness with me that if we are going to take census here, I think about 90% of us had attended one training or the other. And the training is ongoing. We'll continue to train the staff of the ministry and agency, knowing the importance of aviation sector economy. At this point, please permit me to there be training often. I wish you success deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Did you hear that? The Honorable Minister Festus Keyamo has given us a leeway, training, and he has succeeded in giving up to 90% of all of us in the sector the opportunity to be trained one way or the other. Another round of applause for the minister, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning this process. Dr. Richard Ashebogun, please, former MD, fine.
Thank you very much, SecGen. I'm going to stand on all the existing protocols established prior to this time. But look, 10 minutes and 10 minutes, but let's share this together. We know why we're here. It's our third celebration and third conference. The theme of this conference makes it even much more of a necessity for us to rub minds together and evaluate where we're coming from, where we are now, and where we want to be. So when I got the privilege of making this presentation, I underlined two key words in the theme of the paper I'm presenting today. The first key word is imperative, and the second key word is synergy. So when the team says the imperative of labor management synergy in aviation, an overview of what the lead speaker is going to be discussing, I mean, I was completely moved, because talking about imperative means necessity and synergy means collaboration. So of necessity, we must be collaborative in everything we do, and of course, in particular, in this industry. So what I've done is to just give us a brief highlight of what makes up that imperative and the synergy we're looking at to enable us achieve the ultimate objective, which is the growth in our industry. We know so much about the importance of this industry. We cannot overemphasize the importance of aviation. It is, in summary, a catalyst for socioeconomic growth. And each time we talk about socioeconomic growth, we know that that's what indeed contributes to the economic development of any country. And air transport is being clearly established as the strongest of all the variables you can think of, the strongest catalyst that enhances economic growth. Now, however, there are some challenges, and it's those challenges that makes it even imperative for us to synergize. So let's look at those challenges. One, especially for developing economies like ours, operational inefficiencies, safety concerns, then growth itself, and of course, labor issues. So for this purpose, labor issues is what we're going to look at. Now, the thesis for this concern is this. I've been asked to skew it towards the airport authority, but let's look at the industry at large and narrow it down to the airport authority. So we're saying that there are factors that can help us to sustain growth, and those factors must be synergized in terms of relationship between labor and management. And this is very important. Without labor, management cannot work. And let's establish that. And Comrade Kabiru, thank you so much. You've been in this struggle for a long time that I know. And the most himself has just confirmed that. But so let's define synergy so we can appreciate what we're talking about. We all know what the word synergy means, and many people use that word a lot. But in the context to which we're discussing today, it is the collaborative alignments. Take notes, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen now. It is the collaborative alignment between the workforce. The workforce is labor, and of course, leadership. Leadership in this case is management. So once there is an established collaborative alignment between the workforce and management, then of course we can be sure that we're heading to a success. Now, in this particular context, management and employee working collaboratively will ensure organizational growth. What are the core benefits? Let's go straight to it. There will be enhanced operational efficiency. In other words, we're saying that we'll have reduced industrial actions, we will not have strikes, we will not have lockouts. We've heard about it from various individuals who made comments here this morning. Of course, it means that there will be smoother workflow amongst us, timely service delivery, which the industry itself is skewing on and is established on. Secondly, there will be improved safety and security. In other words, every workforce will engage and be motivated to guarantee safe and security of the environment, so we can prevent unlawful interference to our industry and to civil aviation in particular. There will be increased productivity. That cannot be overemphasized. Once there is that synergy between labor and management, you always have increased productivity. Of course, the workforce will become more innovative in nature. They will come up with creative ideas and bring to the management. These are the management. And see the management. They will bring to the my president, don't worry, I've always done that. My director is part of the management. So interestingly, there will be increased productivity, and ultimately, workers' innovative ideas will contribute to the success and the growth of the organization. Now, of course, higher employee morale cannot be overemphasized. Retention is also very important. Functional stability of work. In other words, with a steady growth, we are guaranteeing sustainability of what we're doing across the sector, subsector of this sector of the economy. In other words, we're looking at all the agencies together now. And one interesting thing I found in the course of my research work is you have strong reputation, and that's what labor must drive at this point. Labor must drive strong reputation of our industry, and strong reputation is built on the workforce. It's the workforce that drives that strong reputation. Don't think it's the people at the top. It's what we do at the lower level that sustain what is done at the top. And indeed, like it said, a well-run organization by the workforce will boost the image of the organization and ultimately the industry at large. Now, so based on this, then what are the dynamics that we have to challenge ourselves with? One key challenge, which is a very strong dynamics, like I did mention earlier on, we're on triple stand: safety, passenger experience, and of course infrastructure development. But because of our time, let's look at a SWOT analysis, a quick one. By the way, this presentation will be released so we can get it. In the SWOT analysis, let's ask ourselves, what is the strength that we have as workforce over and above the management? And what's the strength of the management itself over and above the workforce? And what's the weakness? Ultimately, the environment itself creates a lot of opportunities for us. But let's look at it. We have skilled workforce, and this industry really, compared to every other sector of the economy, has perhaps one of the most skilled, skilled workers. Based on that, it cannot be debated and contested that unionizing the workforce is very important to drive the success of the implementation of the programs in this industry. And that's the point. It's a strong strength. So if there is any subsector of the sector that is refusing unionizing, we need to engage them, because we're talking about collaboration at this point. Let's engage them. If you've engaged them and they are not engaging, re-engage them again before, of course, we now take the ultimate action. Now, the weakness is obvious. We have occasional strikes, which perhaps are occasioned by communication gaps between the workforce and management. Let's close that gap as quick as possible. Sometimes there is resistance to modernization, especially if the subsector or the agency, so to say, tries to introduce a new technology or a new methods of doing things. You know, paradigm shift is a major concern to some persons But the truth is that we've got to have to embrace change. And once change are not going to impact negatively on the workforce, let us grab it, because ultimately it will also enhance growth. Remember, we're discussing imperative of labor management relationship to enhancing aviation growth. Now, in a nutshell, what have I been talking about? I'm saying that, one, I'm trying to bridge up now. So I'm saying that, one, it's very important that we recognize, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm just trying to cut off some things. Okay, so I'm saying it's very important that we recognize the importance of engagement, collaborative engagement between labor and management. When we recognize it, that quite a lot of benefits that will happen. For instance, when it comes to funding, we've just been talking about 50% being deducted from the revenue of the agencies. That's been on for the last 5 years or 4 years thereabout. We're engaging and talking about it. Revenue generation, it's key. But how do we ensure that labor and management are on the same page? Management are not saying something and labor saying different thing. We need to have a balancing self-sustainability with our funding and revenue generation. Disputes over revenue allocation can bring down the ultimate objective, which is growth in our subsector. Now, if there is no synergy, what will happen in our sector? One, you will likely have delays in critical projects, and that we have seen in the past. We're gradually getting away from that now, especially with what the Honorable Minister is doing now. Collaborative engagement is making things to move. We'll have disruptions to flights, disruptions to even business operation, and of course, disruption to the traveling public, which is the traffic we're engaging. We'll have negative public perception of us. People will always say, oh, these aviation people, are they the only people in the Nigerian economy? Why are they the only one causing problems? It's not because we are bad people. It's because we lack synergy. Of course, we will have financial losses. Each time we go on strikes, let's not forget the collateral damage and effect that happens. And then ultimately, demotivated workforce will be involved. So, what are the key elements that can help us to achieve all of this? Let's be open. Number one, open and be transparent in our communication between workforce and management. Let us establish clear and consistent channel of dialogue, and this dialogue must be continuous at all times. I have 1,001 experience, and I'm glad Comrade Nwabwe is here. That during my time, that was something I never joked with. I ensure that, in fact, I had labor executives who were part of me consistently, and today I'm so glad that I still enjoy that relationship with them. So that consistent channel of communication and dialogue, it's very important. Regular meetings, feedback systems, including town halls, must be encouraged by management and workforce. Sometimes this could be at the initiative of the workforce itself. Remember, we're discussing imperatives of that relationship. Second, there must be mutual respect and trust between the workforce and management. This is very important. We don't want to create any adversarial approaches amongst ourselves. We want to foster the culture of partnership and see it so. Then there have to be shared vision. That's the third one. And that's key. We know the vision and the mission. The Honorable Minister has established his roadmaps. He's established ultimately his goal. And all of us want to key into that roadmap so we can support him to achieving the ultimate goal during his tenure. That's part of what management must also do with the workforce, and the workforce must engage the management. Now, in summary of what I'm saying, employee empowerment, proactive conflict resolution are strong key to success in labor relationship with management. So in conclusion, I think I'm within my 10 minutes. Let me reiterate. So my conclusion is a reiteration. I say, and I want to say, Labor management synergy is not, ladies and gentlemen, please take note of this, not merely a nice to have. Nice to have, you can quote that. It's not merely a nice to have, but a fundamental necessity for the sustainability of growth and for the success of our industry, especially for critical national assets subsector like the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria. So what are my recommendations? One, let us prioritize dialogue. Of course, high-level dialogue between labor and management, perhaps on a committee level, focusing on strategic issues, not just grievances. Two, let us invest in human resources. We have heard that over and over, and we'll continue to hear it. And I'm sure when the lead speaker comes, you are going to hear more of that. Let us invest in human resources, workforce. Let us invest in the welfare of our workforce. The human resource practice, the timely payments, the provision of competitive package are all part of the necessities that we must have. We must involve labor in all strategic decisions we are making. So engagement, engagement, engagement. We cannot emphasize that. Even in policy changes and futuristic strategic decisions we are making, we must get their buy-in. And lastly, continuous improvement in the entire processes established from top to bottom. Once we see that those processes need to be improved on, let us get a buy-in of the workforce and regularly improve on those processes with a view to ensuring that we evolve them into a more profitable and beneficial, especially for the workforce, because it's only when the workforce are happy, like it was said, that the management can go and play golf. If the workforce are not happy, trust me, the management cannot go play golf. So in conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, ably represented by the Director, Human Resource. My conclusion is this: labor management synergy is not optional. Take note of that. It's not optional. But it is strategic. Therefore, let us invest in collaborative efforts between labor and management so we can gain the benefits of the imperativeness of the relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Doctor, we will call you again. That was great. Another round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of phase one of this program. And we'll go for tea break now, to be led by the chairman of Jatuf. You lead members of your high table, including all the presidents and the other invitees on the first row. Then all other members will follow suit. Thank you very much, sir. And when we come back, we'll be dealing with safe landing, strong leadership, prioritizing workers' safety and welfare in the aviation sector, to be delivered by the one and only young man, Daniel Young. Dr. Richard, sir, please join them on the high table for a group photograph. And I want to think that if we have space, let all presidents also join. Okay, oh yeah, now. Do high table. Ogami, where did you go? Please don't wait. Presidents of unions, presidents of associations, please join. Then we will now do a general photograph thereafter when we come back from the all women leaders, please join.
No, actually, doesn't want anybody to share.
Engineer Kiola, stay beside the director from the ministry, the man in that brown babariga. Women should not stay together. It's not good. Thank you. Please tea break now. Tea break now, please.
I'm counseling you. Don't worry about that. Yes.
Come Ben, the most. Today, the news of four presidents. Well done, bro.
Say amen now. Aha. Say what? I don't hear you. Who is making the video? Yes. Not four. Four are arriving on Sunday. I just got the information. Monday.
safety and welfare in the aviation sector. This paper presentation is going to be made by our friend, our brother, an entrepreneur, an author, a trader, a furniture maker, a clothes designer, all rolled into one. Billionaire, Dr. Daniel Young. A round of applause for him, please.
Dr. Young. Soli, soli, soli. I want this room charged. We are solidarity
forever. Solidarity is forever. Hallelujah. Make us victory. Solidarity is forever. We are saying solidarity is forever. We are saying solidarity is forever. How the unions may solidarity, solidarity is forever. We are saying solidarity is forever. Solidarity is forever. For the unions makes us
all for one, one for all. Injury to one, injury to all. May we be seated. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank everyone seated here today and to graciously appreciate you for bringing me here. I stand on all existing protocols. This morning, I have come to have a conversation with you. Dr. Richard Asibiogu did well in summarizing what I have come to present today. However, this is going to be a conversation with you, not a paper presentation. I have my paper well written, which will be given to you. But before we start, I want us to stand and pay some kind of respect to those of our colleagues who have departed, who became victims of unsafe landing and bad leadership. Many who were supposed to be here today fell by the wayside. Starting from the crash in Kanu to the Sosoliso to Dana. They were part of the crew, some parents, some working in aviation like you, but they never landed. They took off, they never came back. Please, in 1 minute, let's remember them. May the soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. I've been asked to speak today on a topic entitled Safe Landing, Strong Leadership, Prioritizing Workers' Safety and Welfare in Nigeria Aviation Sector. My greetings come from the cockpits around Nigeria. So many of them are not here. And I'm certain that if you close your eyes today, you will remember one or two people that used to be your friend who passed on as a result of carelessness and bad management. Why I say it's going to be a conversation, I'm going to have to draw from the crowd, one or two persons, to tell us the story about his experience on air. I'm starting with the lead speaker. Please share your experience in aviation so that it will be better for us to appreciate what we have today. When aviation is experiencing change because of the new leadership, you will be able to appreciate what the minister is doing now and what the leaders, the CEOs, are bringing to bear on the process that we are enjoying.
Dr. Young, thank you very much. PAMSEC, ably represented by Director, may I stand on the existing protocol? You caught me unaware. This is not pre-arranged, but thank you for the opportunity. Let me start with the crash of ADC Airlines, where I started my career from 30 years ago. Flight 062 from Port Harcourt to Lagos at code 062, a Boeing 727 with 186 passengers on board, a highly advanced aircraft departed from Port Harcourt heading back to Lagos. The story is online and many of us will have read the story, but Dr. Young said something that touched me. Many of us will probably have lost friends, colleagues who would have been with us here today. That's why I'm narrating this story. We just came out of Zaria 4 years ago, 4 years before that crashed. We finished from, I left Zaria in 1994, and this accident happened in 1996. So 2 years after we left Zaria, there was this colleague of mine, two of them actually. He went on official work to Port Harcourt, and there was another gentleman from Nigeria Airways. They both spoke to me because I was head of administration in the head office instead of being in the field. By the way, because of my performance in Zaria, the 4 directors of ADC Airlines then said, no, you're not going to be at the airport, you have to be with us at the headquarters. So Captain Okon, Captain Udom, Captain Lakija, and Omame said, you have to be with us in the headquarters. So I started my aviation management career in the headquarters, despite the fact that I was a trained, licensed professional flight dispatcher. This gentleman called me just before they boarded in Port Harcourt, and they boarded our flight. But to cut the story short, when they started the initial descent into Lagos, 20 minutes into final landing, engineer, I'm sure will understand what I'm saying. This aircraft noticed that ATC in Lagos cleared another aircraft that was heading to Enugu. And they noticed because they had what we call TCAS, traffic collision avoidance system, in the aircraft. By the way, that aircraft was flown by one of the best pilots Nigeria ever produced, Captain Dafeko Sama. Captain Sama, one of the best pilots. Well, Sama, with the first set of graduate pilots we had, Jide Afonja, Lai Are, and a few others, they were the first set of graduate pilots that ADC Airlines employed. Jide Afonja was the one flying, Sama was observing, even though he was the captain. Just about 10 minutes, so at short finals into Lagos, the TCAS started blinking and saying traffic, traffic, traffic on collision. And they kept on talking to the tower, and tower said, descend, told Triax, ascend, because Triax was going to Enugu. They were climbing out of Lagos, and of course ADC was coming into Lagos. Unfortunately, the crew of Triax, who were also flying a Boeing 727, did not copied that message loud and clear. They copied it in perhaps in the wrongest way you can ever imagine. That aircraft that should be climbing out of Lagos further descended downward. So they dropped on an RVSM of almost 500. Minimum is 1,000, but they dropped 500. And this was an aircraft now on a short final descent to Lagos. So there was going to be a collision, and Nigeria probably will have experienced the worst aviation disaster, where over 400 plus will have died. When the captain saw that the triax airplane was still plunging on the same collision, he took command and control of the aircraft, and they stalled. And lo and behold, in excess of, when we listen to the CVR, they stalled in excess of over 400 nautical miles in terms of speed. So they plunged into Ijirin River, Ijirin Lagoon in Ekpe here, and everybody died. We were picking fingers, nails, we were picking wristwatches. You just see, I mean, you could see the shattered, carried body of everybody on that. I lost a colleague of mine. I mean, today he probably will have been here as I am here. And I lost a friend of mine. I even lost a professor who taught me back then in university. He was on board our flight as well. So you're right, Dr. Young. Truly, you are trying to correlate safety with leadership. Where did you get it wrong? Okay, so it's not a blame game, and I'm not AIB anymore. The report has been released long ago. It can still be verified. Control tower gave, wrong, instruction. The crew weren't paying attention. In fact, when we listen to the cockpit recorder of the triax, the guys were just cracking some very nasty jokes, and they were Russians or Eastern Europeans. It was a JATS aircraft. You remember JATS? JATS used to lease aircraft to us those days, and the guys were climbing out of Lagos, cracking jokes on a collision call. And so, leadership, taking command, taking responsibility, we can't go wrong. And nobody's going to give you command. You have to take responsibility for your action. Thank you, Dr. Young. It's painful.
Thank you. You see, it's easy for me to come here and reel out slides and then we'll go home. What impact would that make? And that's why I said it's better for us to have a conversation. People will share their experiences, and I'll take you step by step through the slides. I'm going to speak to my essay, my presentation, so that we can go home with something tangible. Thank you so much, Dr. Sibiogun. Now, in 1973, the Jordanian Boeing 707 carrying Nigerian pilgrims crashed in Kano. We had 176 souls that died that day. In Sokoto, 1991, the military C-130 carrying 261 pilgrims crashed in Kano, crashed, returning from Mecca, and all perished. October 2005, Bellevue, which we remember very clearly, flight 210, Lagos to Abuja, 117 souls died on that day. 2005 again, Sosoliso, flight 1145, Port Harcourt, Abuja to Port Harcourt, 110 souls. 60 of them school children for Loyola Jesuits. June 2012, Dana, the most recent, which we remember, flight 992, Lagos, 153 souls perished on that day. Now, every one of these tragedies had one thing in common. They were all preventable. They were all what? Preventable. The common denominator, old aircrafts, poor maintenance, weak regulations, and corruption. One of the great historians known to humankind by name Thucydides said in one of his books, as long as human history remains the same, human nature remains the same, my history will not change. As long as these common denominators remain permanent within our systems and the unions are not ready to do anything about it, this history will not change. We'll continue to have incidents, accidents within the industry, and we are helpless. We can't do anything about them. But today we have come together at Jatuf. One thing you must also realize, that the combination of all the unions joined together, like Dr. Sibiobu said, the purpose is to form collaborative bargaining, not adversarial relationships. That when you come to management, you are saying, based on the facts available, we need to address these issues now or this will happen. We don't want to lose our colleagues anymore. Aviation is no longer, the unions are not restricted to just fan staff. Pilots are involved, crew members are involved, ground handlers are involved in these unions. So an injury to one is an injury to all. We will not say because we are not part of the flying crew, therefore the air crashes don't concern us. We form part of the collective circle of value that delivers safe flight. Everyone is involved. And therefore, a culture that value contracts, just like we are here in Nigeria, unless value placed on competence, is bound to continue to create this type of results that we are worried about. And so, we the workers who bear the burden, who lose our friends, who walk in fear, who bury our dead and have to go back to work the next day because Nigerians must fly. We are saying no, that workers cannot be treated anymore as expendables. Because if another crash happens today, God forbid, you must go back to work tomorrow. We are saying that this gathering will come out with a communique that will present before the Honorable Minister saying that some of the things we are going to outline during this intercourse or this exchange, we are going to present to him to say, well, you are doing well, but we need these areas addressed so that we can have better results. We are here today not just to have another session of presentations, but to interrogate the process, to ask ourselves questions that are very dear, very, very close to our hearts, so that everyone living here will go away with something tangible. It is not about how much we can get from the system. It's about the legacy we leave behind long after we are gone. I was introduced here as a billionaire, and I'm not going to reject it. Because we have come to a new dawn, a restorative leadership by Festus Keyamo. And I'm going to look at the gains we have made since he came, what he has done to address the gaps he met on ground. Everyone in this house, in this room present today, can testify that before Festus Keyamo came here, all the foreign airlines were about leaving this country because of locked funds, trapped funds. And the first thing he did was to do what? he made sure that every money owed to these foreign airlines were paid back. All the monies owed them paid back, so that the unions can still be one. Part of the restorative moves he made in ensuring that we are here today, some of you working for foreign airlines, was to pay the foreign airlines so that they can still operate in Nigeria. Give him a round of applause. I think he deserves a standing ovation. Let's give him a standing ovation. It's not easy. He paid those monies in tranches, but he made sure everyone got paid. Please sit down. Thank you. The second thing he did, he forced airlines to replace aging fleets by making dry lease cheaper and easier. More new aircrafts as we speak are coming into Nigeria. He secured fake approval for massive infrastructural upgrade. You can see the amount of money released for the upgrade of Mata Mohammed International, over 717 billion. It's unprecedented. It's unprecedented. That means in the coming months, that place will be wearing a new look. One thing we must also not ignore is that the moment you create value, money naturally gravitates towards that value. More business activities will happen around our airport by reason of that singular move which he has made. More people will be employed. And I think having that political will to drive these changes within the system is what we need to create a safe environment for people working in aviation. We are talking about leadership. Strong leadership is not about who the person is. It's about what the person is making to happen in order for people who work within the system to have the good platform to launch their dreams. New businesses are springing up. New opportunities are emerging within that system because one man decided that I'm not going to just be the next minister or just be the ordinary minister that we have always experienced. I'm going to be the difference. And that difference is what is happening around the sector today. The airliners are breathing with some ease, even though the prices are high for the tickets. But naturally, they're bound to be, because every other thing within the system is just, adjusting to the new changes that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is bringing into the system. Now, for us as businessmen, we're also a bit jittery about the looming tax regime. It's going to also impact the industry. However, just like he pointed out here, Dr. Asibiogo said here, he talked about the 50% that they're deducting from the agencies. It's part of the safety measures we must address here, because without funds, you can't run the agencies. Most of these agencies are running on IGR. Most of the charges and the monies that they make are designed as cost recovery, not profit. So when you take from cost recovered, it becomes difficult for the agency to operate. Now, bear this in mind, union members, that not only are the agencies paying 50% of their costs recovered, more people are being employed. The little amount of money left in their coffers will then be expended paying more people, and it will affect the deployment of new equipment and services to help create a seamless service. So, as unions at Jatuf, I expect that On your own, you are going to come together to come up with a design that will enable government see why it should not take 50% but something less so that the industry can grow. I had the opportunity of having a conversation with one of the key industry stakeholders once, and I told him, I said, some years back, when FAN needed to do Enugu Airport, I was part of the conversation where a blueprint was designed. Then it was at about the time that the Honorable Minister had just finished his first tenure and was awaiting reappointment. That window was what FAN leveraged. FAN did a document saying the runways are asking for blood. We will not wait until the next air crash for us to address some of these gaps. They took the paper to the PAMSEC, and from the PAMSEC, it came before the president, then Buhari, and he said the runways are asking for blood. Buhari said, no. How much do you need? And you know the problem. You don't know whether it's the next time you will land. We are standing on a precipice in the industry. Something needs to be done urgently. The minister is doing his best. We must cooperate with him. It's not the time for us to start dragging who is right or who is wrong. We're looking at collaboration that will yield results. Everyone must be active. If you notice, in the last 2 years, I haven't said anything. They call me, Dr. Young, what do you have to say about this? I say, I have no opinion. Some say, it's because you are gaining. I say, I have no opinion. If it ain't broke, then you don't need to fix it. If someone is doing the right thing, why criticize him? The day I find reasons to criticize him, he will not be in any doubt that somebody is fighting him. It's going to be a dogfight. And I don't relent. When I'm fighting you, we burn the bridge, everything will collapse. But something happened in my life many years ago, which I've shared with a few people. I said, because of my nature, I got entangled in a rift with the former first lady. I wrote an article which was published, I think it was 2004, and I was arrested. Kept in area 10. I didn't have any hope because you see there was no file. I was asked, my IPO then was a Idero. You know, when the IG is your IPO, there's nobody to beg for you. So we started looking for who can speak on our behalf. That's how I encountered Festus Scam. Someone recommended him. He never met me, because we are detained. You know, when you don't have file. And Mr. President is the one that said they should arrest you. What was my offense? I wrote a piece saying that the brothers of the wife, Stella, bought houses at 1004. And they have questionable means of livelihood. How could they have afforded it? In my usual way. They came to Lagos here and arrested me. So it was when we met Kayambu. Kayambu now filed application for the enforcement of my fundamental human rights. Myself and my colleague, my fellow culprit. And after much fight, presented the case, did all that. Came to Abuja. I never knew him. Never met him. As part of that effort, he ensured that we were released. Went to Bozimo, then I think defense minister, who now went to challenge the IG and said, you are damaging the reputation of this country because you have arrested some journalists and this, that. That was how I came out. They didn't just release me. They sent police to be living in my house. So I'll be going to church. Police will follow me to church. People thought I had bodyguard. I had police. They didn't know that I was under arrest. Two were living in my house. In the morning they will say, okay, you have to give us beer. One carton almost every day. It was an expensive. After that episode, I stopped writing. So there is a sense in which it is impossible for me to ignore the love he showed to me. So even when he has done something wrong, all I can do is to find a way to send communication to him to say, I think this is wrong, rather than coming out in the open. Everybody here who knows me knows that when I decide to fight, it's either we die there or we don't fight at all. But somehow, when you reel out the things that this young man has done in this industry, the progress we have recorded so far, I will not give him 100%, but I can say from my heart of heart that he means well. He means well. Give him a round of applause. I'm sure you are aware that he's pushing for ECOWAS agreement to remove taxes and charges that inflate tickets by 25% from 2026. I'm sure you're also aware that he has declared zero tolerance for corruption in NCA, FAN, NAMA, NIMET, and people are being fired. I'm sure you're aware for the first time the ministry is talking directly to unions, and that's why our guy is here. And you are receiving welfare packages from time to time. I've had to challenge my brother Hector privately. I say, Hector, you only remember me when you are doing Jatuf, but when you are doing foreign training, Dr. Young is not relevant. And so, I want to use this as an opportunity. Hector, if you don't invite me next year for any foreign training, I'm going to criticize. I will spoil your name. Now, the future that we are looking for is already here. But let me warn you, my fellow comrades, a good minister alone cannot save us. We, the unions, must do our part. We must reject the old culture or see nothing and say nothing. We must report safety violations without fear. Somebody doesn't have enough fear, Jet A1 to take him to Calabar, and you sign for him, manager. We must demand regular training. And this is where we are missing out. You see, just like what is about happening in one of the sister agencies here, where we are discussing about concession. One thing you don't realize is that when you say 3 people go, people who have served for 20 years, what you have done is to delete institutional memories. You can't buy it. There's no textbook where you can find it. This man has done this job for 20 years. You say you should go. If you bring another person, he will not be able to know the history of the work he's doing. You want fresh hands. But this man has worked in this particular place for 20 years. Institutional memory is very critical to progress. You can't delete it. You can't buy it. You can't study it in a classroom. A man who has worked as a maintenance staff here knows where the cables are cut and knows how to repair them. If you bring a fresh engineer from Harvard, he will stay there and he will tell you to remove the whole wire so you can put another one. So, we have a role to play in the change we want to see. The minister alone will not do it, and we need to use this as an opportunity to beg the ministry and those involved that it is important to recognize the roles that these people have played over the years. That we must integrate the old and the new so that the future will be palatable. To see this, the great historian said that there is no present without antecedents. You can't talk about the future without making reference to the past. If we are going to see the future in which the safety and welfare of staff or workers will be prioritized, then we need to start reorganizing ourselves now. When you give me this, I'll release this. When you give me this, I'll release this. Not going away empty-handed. I can't come with you. I can't come to your office to negotiate without knowing what I want to go with. And believe you, if I don't get what I want, I'll make my grave there. I don't need to see tomorrow. You don't only have one life. The fight you are fighting, the struggle you are engaging in today is not for you. Someone fought for the 8-hour work time that you are using today. They paid. The soup you walk into the kitchen to eat today, someone discovered to his death that is not edible. People paid with their lives to know that the vegetable you are eating today is the one that is good to eat. Other people ate the wrong one and they died. The rice you are eating came by trial and error. Others ate a different species and paid the ultimate price before we discovered we are beneficiaries of other men's sweat. So what are you giving in return for what has been given to you? The future you want to see must be created by you. Some of us came from very poor backgrounds, but vowed that our children will not go through this. For everything you ask of nature, there is always a price to pay. I memorized a poem some years back. It says, I bargained with life for a penny and life will pay me no more. And at evening, I counted my scanty store, only to discover that life is a just employer. He pays us what we ask. He said, I work for a menial's hire only to learn dismayed that anything I had asked of life, life would have gladly paid me. So what are you asking for? What is your why? Why are you in this union? Why do you converge every time to discuss? Is it because of your pocket, or is it because of the legacy you wish to leave behind? You will say, because I leave, nobody in this industry will have to go through this pain again. We all witnessed what happened to staff of Nigerian Airways, who had to grope for many years before the government even remembered that they should be remembered. Would it happen in your time that those who have entrusted you with this responsibility of being their representatives will suffer loss on your account because you wish to gratify and enrich yourself? The union is not a place for money making. It's a place, an altar of sacrifice. You are saying we can't all go before the management to present our case. You speak on our behalf. The day you pretend to be representing the entire union, and in the process you represent yourself, you pay the ultimate price. Let me warn you, Karma is a bank. It's a bank. It keeps in store for you every deposit you make. Whatever you eat in this world, nature must bring its invoice. The 20 cartons will be every day. The invoice will come. Invoice will come in form of diabetes or stroke. When the nature must bring its invoice. And you know what? The invoice comes when you can't pay. You're over 60 and they bring invoice of 500 million for you to pay. And you are retired. Where will you find the money? So, much as we want to task the government and the management of our respective agencies and organizations with the responsibility of prioritizing our welfare and safety, we want to challenge ourselves. So I want each union and everyone seated here to conduct a self-audit. You are the one that will ask that question, and you are the only one that knows the answer. Have I been fair to the people who gave me this responsibility? I been fair to the next generation? If you have not, there's always a beginning. Today is the beginning of the rest of your life as a union leader. We know that not everything we demand from government that government can give us. But most times, those who are determined to create the future that they want to see take things that they want. The best emperors crown themselves. Only two ways of opening a door. It's either you break it or you find the key. And for me, most times I break doors because it's always a long journey trying to find the key. The bureaucracy of making you get the result you want might take a lifetime. I don't have that luxury. I want something, I create it. You want something, you create it. So unless you can sit down and picture the reality of the type of union you want to run, one that must be respected, that the day you show up and say this is what we want, it is granted before you even say it, before you finish saying it, because you have not made yourself cheap. Someone saw me one day, I think it was one of the conferences that they had. Some people came, I think from IKEA or another, and they were saying, Dr. Young, I was shaking them. Dr. Young, you are using one hand to shake them. I say, when two men meet for the first time, in a question of 5 seconds, 5 seconds, the leader is known. Because when you submit yourself, they will tap you on the back. You've lost it. From that day, you become subservient. When Moses went to meet Pharaoh, God said, go, I will be with your mouth. Moses started by depreciating himself within himself. I can't talk. I have this. I'm not this. God said, I will be with your mouth. I have made you a God unto Pharaoh. Now, I tell you something. Every union leader here is a God in his agency. Because you have more than 1,000 people standing behind you. More than 1,000 people saying, go! Whatever comes, we are standing behind it. And that's why every month, you debit their salaries. Every time someone puts 1,000 naira, 2,000 naira in your hand saying, go, is an affirmation that we are interested in your leadership. So don't abdicate your responsibilities by thinking you are just you. Always think about those who pay every month for the leadership you have to offer. Their safety, their welfare, and everything that they want to become are in your hands. Everything is in your hand. Don't make the mistake of thinking little of yourself. As far as I'm concerned, I do business, high profile business. I'm not afraid. It's only once we die. I went to run a training meeting in Kigali. Other people were inside the hall drinking tea. I took a leaf of that tea and put it inside my pocket. When the meeting was over, everybody boarded flight and left for Nigeria. I took a taxi, take me to where they're making this tea. Today, I hold this franchise for the whole country for that tea. Whatever you are looking for is looking for you. Don't make that mistake. Don't think small of you. You are not a small man again. Once you have crossed 40, you can become anything you want to be in life. But most importantly, before I close, there's a life after work. There is life after work. This responsibility is not for you to inflict pains on others. Don't use you. Dr. Richard is sitting here with us. more than 10 years ago, he left as MD of FAN. And he's free to enter. He mingles with everybody in the industry. No one has ever come to him but there are some that can't enter here. There are some directors that can't even enter here who worked under him. There are some general managers that can't enter here. Don't be such a person. By and large, we will meet outside here. It's what I remember about you that will inform how I will relate with you. You saw what I told you about him. He cannot be wrong in my sight. He can't. You see Alhaji Farouk? He cannot be wrong in my sight. Let them tell me that he went to the airport and poo there. He cannot be wrong in my sight. He's right. Anything he does is right. Agency, we have to discuss that. Do you understand me? Anything Keyamo likes, let him do. He cannot be wrong. Do you know what it means that president is keeping you in custody? Believe me, for me, life was over. The greatest moment of my life was the day I was in church when they said that the person who kept me in detention had died. I was in when they announced that the cell of Basanjo, I knew I was free. I told policeman, you saw a guy, you are free. Because the person who accused you is no longer here. There's no case against you. The case died, that's why he died. So I want to challenge you. After this meeting, be the change you want to see. In closing, say with me, if I will change, everything will change. If I will change, everything will change. Thank you and God bless you.
Now wow. So if you talk for like 1 hour, how much will you go collect? My friend, come back to the platform. Let's talk. We belong to the same platform, and we were very bad boys on that platform, and they didn't like it, so he ran away. Another round of applause for Dr. Daniel Young. If you know him, you know him. You have had him. And I can tell you for free, there are so many things here. That guy. Another round of applause. Thank you, sir. We will be seen again on the 16th. So, ladies and gentlemen, who carry my program here? President, I beg, borrow me one. Ladies and gentlemen, you have had it. Safe landing, strong leadership, prioritizing work safety and welfare in the aviation sector. Now to the next stage. Questions and answers, observations, suggestions, recommendations. Let's have you. Anybody who has questions, answers, recommendations, suggestions to give us? Say you. It's troublesome, man. Now you are the one last. Woman. Woman first. Where other women? Okay, one woman, one man, Presi. Say you do not put up here. Madam, please come. I mean, okay, no, let's do
No,
this.
let me use this. Okay, let him use. Thank you, sir. Okay, please, caution. The caution is if somebody has relayed what you wanted to say. You know, at times you say, he has said what I wanted to say, but there's no need for but. We can pass over, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to stand on the existing protocol that was waylaid. Mine is a very simple one. I was in a gathering called Integrity Icon Award. And in that gathering, I did not see aviation represented. Integrity Icon Award. They identify people who are honest, who have exhibited excellence in their duties, who have done simple things that brought about the progress of their sectors. And surprisingly, there was no aviation there. And I was just wondering, I want to call our attention. Aviation has so many personalities who have exhibited these very virtues. And I feel that we should be reckoned in that gathering so that these people can be appreciated. We know that sacrifices sometimes are being rewarded instead of excellence. And in that gathering, it's further help to see that these people who do these duties are encouraged. So I want to call your attention. That is one. Secondly, Jatuf, I want to make an appeal. But first, I want to appreciate you for all you are doing, and still, at least there is a woman in your executive, and that is carrying us along. And I feel that it shouldn't just be a rubber stamp, we should be carried out indeed. Because we have 16 days activism that took place. And aviation should have activities. In this program, you can, if you carry us along properly, maybe when you are well advised, such activities can be projected in this gathering and will further add value to the aviation. Because this, when we talk of, is a global campaign. It's a global campaign against gender-based violence and safe place of work for all. And if we look at our societies now, where violence is it is good that aviation is very loud in speaking against this, speaking on this campaign. So I appeal that next year, since it's annual program, this should be considered. It's every 16, and it's within this time that you plan your programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Comrade Hector, please respond.
Madam, I think it's well noted. In summary, you said aviation was not represented somewhere, right? Okay, it's noted. Perhaps, you know, I'm not speaking for the minister. The rep of the PAMP sec is here. So you were away. She just pointed out that, yes, she had just pointed out that that the sector was not represented in a very, yes, noble program. Okay, so it's noted. for whatever reason. Then secondly, she also pointed out that women are not represented. Is that what you said? Part of the, no, we have a woman who is coordinating the, hold on please, in Jatuf. Please, it is important for us to also understand what this Jatuf is. It's a forum for all the unions, but every union, lawyers will tell you that the alter ego of every organization is the head of that organization, true or false? So every person heading an organization is the alter ego of that organization. So if your president is in a forum, it's expected that every other person aligns to that forum. Moreover, we did not stop at that. The current chairman has also pointed it out that we have included women. And I'm coming, I understand. She's asking for more, right? It should not just be a rubber stamp. I'm coming. I got her very well. She's not a rubber stamp. Because I recall that 1 or 2 programs that were held, she was involved. Even this current one, she's involved. If you look at the program, did you not see her? How can a rubber stamp be in a program? So we continue to improve. I think the current.
She mentioned these activities I mentioned earlier on, a 16 days challenge.
We've noted that, madam. We have noted that. We will include it. We will include it in our program next year.
All right. Okay. Well noted.
Issues that are gender based will be included and discussed, so that you will come and speak.
Okay. Well noted.
Thank you. Seidu, please.
I'm coming, sir. Just let me just say. All right.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank Mr. Richard and Dr. Young, because we said it that time and we were saying it. They stoned me, but today it's affecting the aviation industry. The illegal liquidation of Nigeria Airways is the beginning of the problem of this industry. Because Nigeria Airways is a national asset, supposed to pass through the National Assembly. Not that by someone, by fiat, because it's having differences with one person, then they just grant the airline. When over 9,000 Nigerians, they were working there. And those 9,000 times their family, that is what is affecting this industry. So I want to appeal to the high table that the Honorable Minister, yes, has done very well. But the only thing that remains, that I have been talking to him, we have been shouting, is the modernization of that national carrier. He said the way the predecessor handled it was wrong. I agree. But you, as a son, I have told him one-on-one discussion. Put your son experience into this thing and correct it. Let us have national carrier. Because without having national carrier, you can have BASA all over the whole world. Do we have the private airlines that will reciprocate that BASA? No. When you give private airline to represent us as flag carrier, they always, within 3 years, they run into problem. So I am begging, as a patriotic Nigerian, and in order to help carrier is a must.
Thank you, sir.
And we appeal that let the minister meet President.
Noted, sir. Thank you.
To put the national carrier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give me 1 minute. Our questions should be centered on the topic of this meeting. Please. We have noted that, not today, we've been talking about it regularly. We will get there. But you see, there are powerful forces outside here.
MC.
Yes, sir.
General Secretary. I will overrule that. If you look at the program, it's not just on we are interacting. I think that's that session. Look at what was given to you. Yeah, no. It's not just centered on the program, because the essence of this is for us to talk together, right? So if there are things like the issue of national carrier he raised, now I've been a burning issue, sir. Do you understand? So if we can bring it to the fore, so let's not restrict ourselves just on ask, but be wise in your question, please. All right.
Yeah, thank you, comrades. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols. My name is Comrade Jimo Abdelmomin. I'm the national chairman of ANA. FAN. Yeah. My question is centered on the topic today being discussed here, and that is the future work. The issues is now, getting closer to us, but people who are not mindful of what is happening in aviation industry thinks it is now fun that is being, focused on today. We are talking about concession, and concession is hitting every other sector in aviation industry. They don't know, they can't see it. And why I'm bringing this topic out is that future work in aviation industry is at our doorstep, and then staffs are not improving on their skills. This is a major problem. Things are happening now that we union, what aspect are we playing? What is our role? How are we now educating our members that, look, there is a problem, there is a gap that we need to bridge? Because if you look at the way we are doing work 10 years ago, those things have changed. One, even the doctors in aviation, globally now, ordinary chair that is fortified with electronics gadgets will diagnose you and tell you what is wrong with you and prescribe even drugs for you. So this thing is already at our doorsteps. I want Jatuf to be focused in this area. Let's educate our members. Let us, because why I saw when Dr. Young said, not everything now, if you continue resisting, a time will come, the resistance will sweep everybody away. Thank you. That's right.
I think the chairman, you want to respond?
Can I respond?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, comrades. And that's why we are saying that there must be a coordinated approach in training. I discovered that branches on their own, they just do training. They're not following the laydown of what the workers need to do, and they don't take the national. This future of work did not start today. For the past 7 years, we have been coaching people on the future of work. Prepare. But when people feel that training is just you get any consultant, choose any topic, we don't know what they are doing. And when national say, let's understand what they are doing, it becomes that national wants to take over what they are doing. That's the challenge. The industry, the labor movement have always talked about the future of work and the issues pertaining it. And what we are talking about, just transition. There must be just transition. And that's the issue of labor. And that is, in fact, Abioye did an article on just transition at a particular point, and it was marvelous, and he published it. The just transition took care of everything, including the ILO declaration that for any instrument that will be used in the industry, that the workers have to be exposed to the instrument. So those that grab it will be returned to man it. Just like I declared in a conference yesterday, that the artificial intelligence still need the human part of it, because the artificial intelligence cannot work without human influence. It's an instrument done by a human being, and at a point, somebody need to on something or off something, or change an IC, or charge the battery. So there is a human interpretation to it. And a lot of workers already key in, upscaling. But there are some people that are not trainable. Let's tell ourselves the truth. only for FAN to introduce what they call it, a system, CFTM, just to write exam. If you see the number of calls I've received, President, we must resist it. I say, comrade, go and write. When it didn't work, we know what to do. But just update yourself to know that this is the way to go. It's not everything you expect the union to be fighting against. And what we have said that, of course, the workers, you know our declaration, that all these objectives, just like we used to have our booklet that we used to read, you should also give us objectives that will be like 500 or 300. Let's go and reverse it. So what's the difference? The difference is to go and punch it in the system. And you pass. And the question Mr. A is answering is not the one Mr. B is answering. So everybody deliver. But the truth about it, there are some people that are not trainable. But gradually, we will lead them till that phase will pass. So the future of work is here. A lot of people have already implemented, and we have accepted it as a way to go. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, sir. President, close to Dr. Richard. Please, sir. You raise up your hand to talk.
Yeah, I just want to lay a little emphasis on what Dr. Young mentioned, particularly when he talked about when you go to negotiation, you should also go with something. And I remember that in the opening remark of the Secretary of the Forum, he mentioned that this is the third time we're meeting. And if you observe from these talks that we have here this morning, there's quite a lot of very vital issues that have been discussed. So I'm just wondering if we have a kind of a forum that strongly followed up the communiques and the resolutions that comes from these conferences like this. Because it's like at the end of the day, I don't know if we have very strong follow-up for that.
All right.
Thank you so much, comrades, for every communique that have raised in forums like this. We follow it to the top. You see, the communique will come out, we will send it to the minister. Minister will comment on all the communiques. And this forms the bedrock of what we pursue next year. We don't just meet globally, locally. For every time Jatuf is handling any program and the unions, there's always a communique. And that communique will be communicated to the agencies, communicated to the ministers, so that the various agencies will tick what they need to answer, and the minister will take full responsibility. I always see most of the communities, ministers writing on them, whether what you observe, the ones, this one, those things are followed up. So whenever we gather, we don't gather for jokes. Even as we are talking here, people are already picking the communique. At the end of this program, you will definitely see the communique, and we follow it to the letter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prezi. Yes, sir.
Wants to talk. Well, yes, because I know he wants to this thing. I want to give a practical example. When we went to Marrakesh, all the resolutions that were reached in Marrakesh, we have forwarded through the director HR here. Thank God it's maybe those are the areas he intends to expand. He didn't only, you see, one thing with Kiamu, that's why I'm saying that we have a minister that understands the language, the trade union language. Perhaps he has been on this side before, so he clearly understands us. He understands us. So he understood that there were some of these things that were beyond him. He escalated it to the president. In fact, he directed through the DHR here that we should put up a letter to the president, and we sent it, and the president approved it. So that shows that he's a minister who is in tune. You don't just approve money for this kind of meeting. Of course, you know that this kind of meeting is not cheap. So he's not looking for where to waste money. So he is looking forward to getting value for the money expended for this program. So we are working together in synergy, and I know DHR wants to perhaps portray this more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we just have to thank God that we have somebody who is very meticulous, very diligent, very intelligent, like Festus Kiamu. You see, anytime there's this kind of forum, there has to be a community at the end of it. Like he said, I think we were in London, we were in Swaziland, and the outcome of those community, we have started seeing it because there's improvement in the training of staff, unlike before. So that is why we always insist on having community. And it's somebody who is very, like I said earlier, very meticulous. He'll go through everything, and if there's something that he doesn't understand, he'll call Hector for an explanation. So please, let us be very optimistic, because you have somebody who is ready to carry everybody along, and is somebody who believes in inclusiveness. He wants to carry everybody along because he believes that with variegated ideas will come up with a lot of innovations, a lot of innovation that will improve the welfare of the staff. And once the welfare of the staff is improved, be rest assured that the safety also that we are talking about will be enhanced. And the safety is key to aviation sector, because it is when you have safety that you have confidence of the passengers in the sector. And where you have confidence, at least you will expect that the industry will grow. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Solidarity. Thank you very much. Not to waste much time. First of all, let me commend the organizers of this program and also the presenters. First, Dr. Richard, who was the MD that employed me. And one thing we must not devoid from this program is that bad leadership from the boardroom results to accidents. All accidents commence from the boardroom. All accidents are serious incidents. That is non-negotiable. And why I'm commending Mr. Richard is that he was the MD that set up safety department in FAN while I was employed in 2008 as safety officer. So thank you very much for that leadership innovation. And today, that has been a mantra that aviation has been evolving over and over on. Let me go to my question. Today, safety is so dynamic, and it's from different perspective. The way a corp safety professional will look at safety is different from what a flying public will see as safety. But however, my own observation is that we've not had that intense collaborative engagement on safety matter about our industry. What we do most often is come to conferences, come to fora like this, and discuss. And a lot of issues are lying beneath that are just latent. And those issues lying beneath that are very latent will fester over a long period of time and now become the hazard that will create that accident that the whole world will now talk about. For instance, today, millions of road traffic crashes would have happened. Nobody will hear about it. No media would even report it. Just 2 days ago in Lorry Airport, because of certain deficiency, someone got to the air side and the whole news, even the Western media have published it. What resulted to that had been lying there so many years and nobody is talking about it. Everybody just did the ostrich method, bury our head and put our tail outside and assume that everything is okay. Until when an issue happened, they'll now be looking for an officer to blame. And that is the real issue. So how well have we been engaging with industry stakeholders? Because there's something called 360-degree leadership.
It is not just the people sitting on the elevated table, the workers, the least on the line of the operational workforce, the cleaners, the information happening. How well have we engaged to extract certain intelligence to be able to define our policies? Then lastly, 2 days ago, Occupational Health and Safety Bill was tabled by the National Assembly Committee, House of Rep Committee on Safety Standards and Regulation. Do we have representatives that are a public hearing on it? Do we have representatives that have been equipped to talk about our own industry? By the time it becomes a bill, then it will start running elter skelter and be say, certain areas of aviation was not captured. These are forum and fora that we should start lending our voice to as professionals. Then lastly, sir, the latent factor I talked about. Remember the Sosoliso aircraft that happened in Port Harcourt, right? We all remember that the veer off that occurred was not the real issue, because during landing, the most critical place of aircraft are takeoff and landing. During landing, you can have pilot error that can lead to veer off. That's why we have the strip. The slab that was on the strip that the aircraft collided with was the one that caused the busted fire. These are issues that we need to start looking at now. That how well our operation, our staff trained to be able to identify these real issues, and we must have a forum for union leaders to get this information to also address it with management. Thank you very much.
All right, but for me, I want us to be a little careful when there are incidents or accidents. We have relevant body in the sector that handles that. So let's not be absolute in giving the reason. Okay, all right, he's here.
Thank you. When we do accident investigation, we do not look at immediate causes. Hello, can you hear me? When we do accident investigation, we do not focus on immediate causes. Immediate causes are unsafe or at-risk acts or unsafe condition, like the slab is talking about. Those are immediate causes. But remember that Sosoliso was not the only aircraft that flew into that airport that day. Many flights have entered. They've not crashed on that slab. So the question we ask ourselves, why did the pilot crash on that slab? That goes beyond immediate causes. Exactly. So we look at what you call underlying causes. That is where we focus on, because that's where real change comes from. If I focus on immediate causes, like I remove the slab, but the question is, why did he crash on the slab? If you say the slab is directly responsible, why did he crash on that slab? He's not the first pilot, he's not the second, he's not the third. Other pilots have been going there and they've not crashed on the slab. So accident investigation, we look beyond that. Are we going to remote causes, underlying, we do what you call root cause analysis. That is where the real change is, because like you said, systemic changes are what prevents accident from happening. Because if I focus on immediate causes, I'll be looking at the human being. If I fire the captain, I've not done anything. I've just created space for another captain to come in and make the same mistake. So I've set up somebody else to fail. So be very careful when you say statements like that, general statements like that. They do not follow the principles of accident investigation. Now, that being said and put aside, the report has come out and we have their safety recommendations that report has profiled. And NSIB, NCA, and other agencies have a committee where safety recommendations are looked at and cascaded down and ensure that the people in charge, the people responsible for carrying out those safety recommendations are informed, and then NCA follows through to ensure that those things are done. So there is a mechanism in place that ensures that these safety recommendations are cascaded and they are followed through. They are monitored by NCA, and NCA makes a report to that committee that is in charge of implementing safety recommendations. Thank you. So we have that in place, and it is going on well. I hope I've helped you.
So that was why I just called for caution. We just have to be careful not to give a perspective that may not be professional, so that we don't go out with such, especially in a forum like this. So thank you very much, sir. And we want to even commend NSIB of recent, of course, years, those years, I'm not saying those days, you will see an incident or an accident will happen, it will take years before the report will come out. But of late now, yes. But we see reports flying in, within weeks and so on and so. So we must commend NSID and the leadership there. So any other? I think who raised his hand again so that we'll be able to. Who else? He left. Okay. All right. We should wrap it up. Okay. The next stage is the communicate stage. And please, I want everybody to participate, because the committee, as usual, this one aspect of us, like he rightly pointed out, that we have always encouraged participation, because whatever that will be relayed should be the outcome of what we have all resolved. That's what communication is all about, is a resolution. And if you are not here, don't say tomorrow that, I don't know what they are talking about. As long as your name entered that register, you're part of this. You cannot exonerate yourself. You are part of it. So please be active, participate, so that at the end of the day, we'll say, these are our resolutions. So please permit me to call on the Communicate Committee, led by Comrade Sadiq, Abubakar, and Remy what? Aderinko. Please, let's put our hands for them. They've been doing a lot of work behind the scene. Please come forward. Just go there.
Solidarity. I know that many of us read grammar and English. This communique, let's not put a lot of correction, but let's get the substances. I have been to ceremony that we are trying to correct the first paragraph, and we are there for 30 minutes just to correct the grammar, this one of first paragraph. Just read, let's get the caption. We still fine tune it, but let's get to the point as the communique is going, or else we stay 2 hours here going up and down. I don't want us to pass through that. We still have my past MD, we have Dr. People are here, so that we can wrap it up, please. Our intention is by 3 o'clock, we have to depart.
Yes.
Thank you.
The communication shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. So please, let's participate.
Thank you. This is the communique that we came up with from this conference. I read, resolutions of the 3rd edition of the annual Aviation Union's Leadership Conference with the theme, Safe Landing, Strong Leadership, Prioritizing Safety and Welfare in the Aviation Sector, held on the 12th of December 2025 at the Radisson Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Preamble. As part of its annual tradition of evaluating and reappraising the pains and gains of workers and allied matters in the Nigerian aviation sector, and preferring lasting remedies aimed at moving the sector forward, the leadership of the Joint Aviation Trade Unions Forum, Jatuf, brought together industry leaders, stakeholders, and union leaders to deliberate on burning topical issues for this year's leadership conference. Expectedly, key elements in the carefully considered theme of the conference, which include prioritizing safety, workers' welfare, and real investment in capacity building of aviation workers and trade union executives, were extensively deliberated upon. At the end of the deliberations and synthesization of opinions, perspective and reflections from the resource person, co-speakers, participants, and guests in attendance, the conference concluded and adopted the following resolutions. 1. Conference appreciated Mr. President's strategic intervention in the recently approved refurbishment and upgrade of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, and urged government to extend similar gestures to other airports across the country. 2. Conference participants recognized and affirmed the importance of regularly improving aviation workers' welfare, noting the concomitant effect on motivation, productivity, and commitment to organizational ideals and excellence. 3. Conference identified rights abuses, unruly behavior of airport users, air travelers both on ground and on air, and the significant risks this behavior poses to civil aviation safety and security. On this note, conference strategically isolated the actions of some industry operators and government agencies, which could be serving as triggers to these unruly behaviors. Conference therefore called on the intervention of concerned statutory authorities to roll out measures to mitigate the worsening trend. 4. Conference participants urged trade union leadership to redouble efforts at protecting the dignity of aviation workers through proper rights advocacy and continuous sensitizations of their members. 5. Conference acknowledged safety as the most important factor at the very core of civil aviation operations, and therefore urged government and industry stakeholders to prioritize the provision of safety-critical infrastructure across the nation's airports. 6. Conference attendees and guests harped on the pertinence of paying better attention to the human factor angle in preserving safety, security, and regularity of civil aviation through improved conditions of service for aviation workers and periodic reviews and adoption of a common reward and recognition system. 7. Conference dwelt on practical experiences in aircraft accidents in Nigeria's aviation history, and therefore demanded a refocus on the nexus between leadership, taking command, and accepting responsibilities in order to preserve aviation safety and security. 8. The need to downplay the adversarial approach to union management relationship and embrace a more mutual and collaborative approach to further consolidate on the restorative leadership of Honorable Minister of Aviation to revamp the aviation sector was reinforced. 9. The conference affirmed that aviation business worldwide is run on cost recovery basis as stipulated by ICAO. Conference therefore sounded a serious note of warning to government to reconsider its stance of bringing aviation ecosystem under the operation of the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, whose implementation is scheduled to take off in January 2026. 9. Conference affirmed that the government's drive for macroeconomic improvement and higher revenue should not be allowed to impugn on the safety, security, and regularity of the Nigerian civil aviation operations. 10. Conference challenged leadership of aviation unions as a matter of urgency to conduct a self-audit of its activities and to research deep into better strategies that align with emerging trends and existing realities of modern civil aviation in order to enhance its contribution to the nation's GDP. Lastly, conference noted the benefit of having a national carrier and therefore encouraged the Honorable Minister and his team to speedily wrap up the process of betting a national carrier for the teeming generality of Nigerians. Conclusion. Participants at the conference acknowledged the daunting challenges facing the Nigerian aviation sector and the need to, among other things, overhaul airport infrastructure, strengthen and deepen collaboration, broaden partnerships, identify and improve the salient aspect of staff's condition of service, institutionalize safety policy, and prioritize capacity building of workers for optimum productivity. Additionally, participants underscored the importance of maintaining enduring industrial harmony through effective social dialogue, trust building, collaborative partnership between management and leadership of the workers' representatives. Appreciation. The leadership of the Joint Aviation Trade Union Forum, Jatuf, and participants in attendance extolled the gains recorded in the past few years in Nigerian aviation under the sterling leadership of Barrister Festus Keyamo, SANCON, FCI arbitration, and the management of the various aviation agencies. Without any iota of doubt, expectations of Nigerians for a rapidly improved aviation economy in the coming years, though appears tough, is still very much achievable with a firm commitment to change the narrative. However, the drivers of the aviation sector led by the Honorable Minister appear ready to break fresh grounds and move the sector to the desired heights. This is the communique at the end of this edition of the Leadership Conference of the Joint Aviation Trade Union Forum. Thank you.
Okay, that means we concur with what has been read. No addition.
I remember the chairman emphasizing the need for 100% unionism, stating that the airlines, I didn't hear that the airlines had not yet, yes, that was not, I don't think I heard that. Then secondly, yes, Nigeria Airways was not, yes, the payment was not mentioned. Then thirdly, for Nigeria Airways.
We commend the president for approving. I think the problem is the implementation of that approval.
Yes.
All right. Okay, that's all.
Then I think the last one for me, maybe I also didn't hear well. He also said something about the 50%, the struggle for the 50%.
Thank you very much. With regard to the benefit of ex-Nigerian Airways workers, Mr. President has graciously approved the payment of an outstanding. And in fact, the ministry has done the needful by sending all the necessary information or documents that the Ministry of Finance and the budget required. In fact, the ministry is even worried that up to now the payment has not commenced. But I think one thing is basic. You know, this year's budget is something else. But I believe that very soon the Ministry of Finance will commence the payment of the benefits of the ex-workers. Thank you.
Yes, I think what Oga has just said is not in doubt that the president has approved through the efforts of our honorable minister. The problem which Captain Popeni pointed out, he didn't want to be emphatic. The thing is lying, that approval is still lying in Ministry of Finance. And some people are being accused that they are not doing the needful. They are not carrying out the president's directive for that payment to commence. So I think let's stop at that. All right, you wanted to. Yeah, it has been noted. No, it's been noted. That's the essence. Don't worry, it's been noted. All right. Okay, I don't want to clarify something.
Yes, I'm not sure whether I had the chairman's emphasis on women inclusiveness in the.
Yes. All right, you have included this thing that there is.
What we got from Jatuf was that
Women are already
included, but women are seeking
for
better
more
decision, their voice to be heard better.
Okay.
In the scheme of not that they were not included.
Okay, there is need to sustain. Okay, let's see and improve. Okay. All right. Okay, that's all right. Okay, please, comrades, having noted these corrections, do we have more distance? I don't want us to.
Solidarity. Hello, please, please, there is where you use the word sounding a note of warning. I think that is harsh and commanding. Maybe I will suggest a word like appeal or advice.
You guys need to change that word so that we don't seem to be commanding anybody. All right, comrades, are we together? Solidarity, so that we don't go beyond the time we have given to ourselves. Our lunch is almost getting cold. All right. Having noted all these corrections, excuse me, doing, your words have been noted. Having noted all these corrections, and I think the Secretariat will do the needful. Is there any other thing that we should correct? All right, women, please, finally.
Sir, please, I just want to make correction. I want to make correction to what I said. I say I'm making an appeal to Jatuf and my president that since 16 days activism falls within this activity, that I'm appealing that if you are planning for this event next year, can you kindly capture women program? You can bring a woman also speak, and that is all what I say, please. Thank you, sir. I appreciate, sir.
MD of Fan, rep of MD of Fan is late. Comrade Oge is representing the MD of Fan. So let's clap for the MD of Fan. Let me tell you, we must clap for her. She is part of the pivot of this program. Please, we recognize you, irrespective of the time she came. Okay, we have noted all these corrections and the information given to us by the Women Week. Chairman, noted. Next year, we will do better. But please, if we have all resolved that these corrections are taken and the communique should read just like what they have read to us, those for it say yay. Don't sound like National Assembly people now. Be cohesive. Those for it say yay. Those again say nay. The years have it. All right, thank you very much. All right, so this will be forwarded, and I think all the national presidents, the stakeholders, all those who participated in this program, a copy will be forwarded to you so that it will be part of that change that will come the next time. We believe that the fourth edition will be better than this. But I have the mandate of the presidents and the chairman of the forum to also inform us. Please, this is very important. We have noted here that the government spend money for this. And it will not be good that we don't have value for the money spent. It's been noted that some of us, some of our members, who ought to be leaders, because this is actually a leadership. Are we together? Yes. Comrade Miriam, next time I may ask you to step aside, please. You are distracting this conference. Please, it is important for us to note that those who are called for this meeting are leaders, not members. Comrade Jimo, please, what we are saying is very important. That's why I want our attention. You cannot be giving money to come for a program and you stay back. It is wrong. Tomorrow you will raise hand against the management. How will management trust you? We are here because of the contribution made by all the agencies. They are aware that you are supposed to be here. Then you collected money and you stayed back, especially those who are from outstations. Because we agreed that they will be paid. They were giving money for tickets before we came here, expecting that when they come, we'll not give the local running. So many of them collected money and they stayed back. And I've told the chairman that the forum should not tolerate this. All of them must refund that money. All of them must refund. Is that our resolution? Please. No, it will not be in that distance. This is the resolution. I think, excuse me. No, it's a serious matter, please. Please, excuse me. There is no place of mercy here. I think this is about the integrity of the leadership of this forum. For some of us, excuse me, please. We will also be the ones that will propagate this thing that they come here to eat money. Because you're seeing some people who were paid, who are supposed to be here, who are not here. So we must show integrity. We must show capacity as leaders. We will not tolerate it. And thank God management is here. Look at what we have spent. We could have held this thing in one Kwekwe hotel, but because the management, they also look at you that there is need for us to synergize in a very comfortable environment. And that's why all of us are here. Then you are paid. Nobody was paid out of our station. Nobody was paid less than 390,000 for your ticket. Why will you not be here? So if you're not here for whatever reason, you have to refund the money. So that next time we'll give to those who want to be here. Please, I think I have the mandate of the chairman to say this. All right. Please, having said this, this is the way to go. So that the 4th edition, 2nd edition will have more than this. This is not encouraging. It is embarrassing. Almost half of the distance are empty. 80 people were supposed to be here. Then we normally have overflow. I know so many people that even came here are not supposed to be participants. So if you remove the non-participant, the people that were actually not officially granted to be here, you'll find out that we're even fewer than this. And it's not encouraging at all. So it must stop, and we will not take it. So having said that, Chairman, do I have the permission that, yes, before we close, please, there is an omission and we must recognize one of our own is a stakeholder in this industry, or his organization is a stakeholder, and he himself also is a stakeholder. Of course, we have always called him in all our union fora, both even in my local place, JCNC in Abuja. He flies down in Abuja for our aviation week. He has always been there. So he has been so quiet since, and we wouldn't want him to go with being mute here so that he doesn't go outside and say, these people, now soon they behave. So I have the privilege and honor to just call on Comrade Oheayo, the secretary of Aviation Roundtable, to just give us a little talk. 2 minutes.
I thought I would just quietly end the day, but now that you brought me out, the first thing I would do is to beg you, for those who have failed to come today, please. While you work on that reform, I think just try and see what you can. Maybe you can find enough mode of sanction that can come in place. Then you have a lot of members, so if one has fallen, others will get up and pick up from there. So please look at that angle. Once again, you're absolutely right. I've always been with the union from the very first program. I was the first one at Owerri. I was here last year, and I'm here again. I commend you for that consistency to ensure that this program holds, and I like your passion. I see the passion in you anytime you're given an assignment. Please keep it up. And for the rest of the comrades, congratulations once again. It was a good one. Though I was a bit distracted because I had a TVC live interview and they kept calling me to back and forth, so I could not concentrate fully here. So, but now I'm back here, and I've always had a spirit. I grew up in the system. I was in the union. Comrade Seidu, were those I met in the 90s, early 90s. So, so I'm still with them. So, solidarity forever.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, comrades, we are just closing. Please, yes, before we'll give the vote of thanks. What do you call it now? A meal ticket was given to you. Is there anybody here without a meal ticket? Please. Yes. Please note those with the meal without the meal ticket. Give them one. As soon as we finish from here, we will go down to the restaurant. That's where the lunch will take place. Yes, please. Eat as you may like to eat, but don't take away. Don't take away, please, because you will be stopped at the gate. We had an experience where somebody put chicken in a coat. It will stain your clothes. Please don't do that. The vote of thanks will be given, but prelude to that, we will not fail to continue to thank the minister. We will not fail to continue to thank the permanent secretary and all the directors and all the chief executive of our agencies. Please, if you look at, we must also advertise this. We are here at the behest. The finance came from there. Are we together?
Yes.
So we recognize that they actually powered this conference, and not just one of, they have been doing that. So I want us to give 3 goza to all the heads of aviation agencies. 1 to go. Goza! 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 Yes. Some of them will borrow money to complete it. They will still pay. We are very optimistic. We are very honorable people. We are very, very optimistic. So, we are closing, and I have the honor to call one of the presidents of the union to give us the vote of thanks. NG Fan, represented by Oge. I think we have said all we wanted to say. You want to say any other thing? Huh? I'm good. You are good. Let me know please, because you know you are still going to. I should give her the microphone. Please help me for this. Please help me together.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, aviation workers. I most sincerely apologize on behalf of my MD, who is unavoidably absent today, and I was asked to represent, and unfortunately, I went for another function that involves the union in Jos. I had to fly in today, this afternoon. I'm just coming straight from the airport to this place. My sincere apologies for coming late. It's not in my character. As a HR person, I keep to time. I'm glad this event is taking place, and I've been here once. It was much fuller, better, bigger than this. So in the real sense of it, I think I buy the idea of what he's saying. We should be sincere to our words. They say if you see something, say something. If you take something, do something. Let's not begin to behave like those who do not. The union is It's an integrity place. As you walk with utmost sincerity, so that when they call you, you can proudly stand up and say, this is right and this is wrong. So I wish you all the best. It's been a good run for you all these years, and I'm sure beyond here, it will be better. Congratulations.
MD fan don't talk. Oh. So the MD fan don't talk. All right. Please closing. Closing. I have the privilege of calling one of the national presidents. The chairman has asked me to call him to give us vote of thanks. The chairman said in his opening speech that whenever he handles the microphone and face people, what comes to his mind is demand. And I am not sure that this president, who also they are from the same constituency, President, may I remind you, is vote of thanks and not demand. Please, let's put our hands together for Comrade Alali.
Solidarity. We thank Almighty for making this occasion a successful one. And we are thanking all the people that finance this program financially and administratively, especially the NCA, FAM, NIMET, UNCANT, and all the NAMA and other government, NAMA, NAFA, NSIB, support financially and administratively to make this a day. And much has been said and they have been here for the people that anchor the program, especially Dr. Richard. We appreciate you for the word of encouragement, everything impacted on us. And Dr. Young, I thank you so much for bringing us and impacted us. Most of this that we hear today, most of us here, we've not even had the incident of the aircraft that happened. But we are privileged, we are opportunity to hear much about this thing that happened, especially the incident of this ADC crash that happened this day. Thank you so much, sir. And for others, the people on the high table, people that come from far and near, we appreciate you. We thank you so much for supporting us, both spiritually, physically, and financially. As you are going back to your destination, may you go there in peace, not in pieces, in Jesus' name. Thank you so much.
Before the solidarity, you are going to, we have a national prayer, ba? All right, bring your brochure. Some of us don't know it, we are still learning it. Let's, because some of us will be biting our tongue. This is not exam. You will have time for exam. Yes, before the national prayer, which is the last stanza of the national anthem. He's in your distance, please go there so that you follow. Don't bite your tongue. You will take it easy, you will learn. It's a matter of time, we will be too used to it. Please, they recognized Dr. Richard. We also want to announce here that Dr. Richard actually facilitated this. He made this presentation pro bono. He didn't charge us any dime. So these are the kind of people that we want. You know, if this man becomes MD again tomorrow, wouldn't you like it? Okay, you will go higher. After Kiamo, na you. All right, let us go. 3. O God of creation, grant this our noble, help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria must be blessed. Amen. Solidarity song.
We did first stanza in the morning. So let's do the 4th stanza.
In our hands is placed the power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies, magnifies the thousandfold. We shall bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. solidarity, solidarity forever. We are saying solidarity forever, singing solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Victory, with victory for us. Victory, with victory for us. In the struggle for Nigeria, there is victory for us, forward, ever backward, backward, never in the struggle for our never there is victory. People united. The people united. The people united. Injury to one. Injury to one. Aluta. Aluta. Victoria. Aviation workers are here. Aviation workers are here. Aviation workers are here. Aviation workers Angama. 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 Solidarity.